Chapter 3357. 8 Heavenly Kings Inside the Shinong Cauldron. Yi Xian, the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru walked out of the furnace volcano and were immediately stunned by the scene in front of them. In their line of sight, the 8 great guardian deities, Wu Chenzi, Gong Wu Xian, Chou Doufu, and the other prisoners of war were excitedly gathered together and discussing animatedly. They were inexplicably excited as if they had just been injected with chicken blood. The other prisoners of war were basically all gathered around and looking inside. In the center of the encirclement where the 8 great guardian deities and others were gathered, a pile of small space boxes could be seen. Damn! It seems that you guys are really King precious. It hasn't even been 3 days and the small space boxes are already piled up like this? Yi Xian was stunned for a moment, then suddenly understood. As he spoke, he turned to look at Medusa and the other young masters of the second universe and grinned. Don't worry, since the ransom is already in place, as long as the quality and quantity are comparable to your value and can satisfy this young master, everything that was promised before will be kept. This young master won't kill you, nor will I eat you. When I find an opportunity later, I will definitely let you guys go. Before Yi Xian could finish speaking, Medusa and others roared. The 8 of them roared at the same time, and they were furious. What? You want to find an opportunity to let us go? Ling Huchong, don't be so shameless. You've already received the ransom, but you're not willing to let us go. This is clearly shameless. Are all humans so shameless? This is too much. Let us go immediately. We want to leave now, that's right, we can't waste a moment. We must let them go immediately. Before these people could finish roaring, Yi Xian rushed over and raised his hand to slap the one who was the most arrogant. Slap. 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 Ji Er raised his hand and pointed, almost hitting the tip of this guy's nose. Humans are shameless? Try saying that again if you have the guts. Do you believe that I will kill you right now? This guy was scared out of his wits on the spot. His face was pale, and his lips moved a few times, but he didn't dare to squeeze out a single word from between his teeth. Stay here obediently. This young master said that he will let you go, and I will definitely not go back on my words. Seeing that the other 7 people was stunned, Yi Xian's anger dissipated a little. Yi Xian's anger was reduced, and he continued, as for when I will let you go, that is up to this young master. That is, I will decide. Do you think that this young master want to keep you here in an ice? When the time comes, no matter how much you cry and beg to stay, this young master won't agree. That includes you too. You Z. You. On of course, before I will definitely master, and, of, and of course. I, as of me, on, and Z, master, of you. Of. Was. And of the of course. Ons, and, you. On of them, of course. Of mind, of ye, masters, of Chen Zi, of. Of course not, young master. Yi Xian was in a fit of anger, and his words were not polite at all. Wu Chenzi, Gong Wuxin, and the other prisoners' faces darkened. However, the 8 great guardian deities did not feel this way at all. They all smiled and greeted Yi Xian flatteringly. One of them had already handed over a long list. He grinned and said, Young master, don't worry. We will keep a close eye on these guys. If anyone dares to disobey us, we will immediately. Here is the list. We have checked all the space boxes sent by the top families and sects, including the space boxes sent by those old bastards from the Federation of the Second Universe. The quantity and quality of the heaven and earth treasures are all correct. You will understand after you take a look. After that, the list was handed over to Yi Xian with great respect. On the side, Gong Wuxin, Wu Chenzi, and the other prisoners glared fiercely at the 8 great guardian deities. They gritted their teeth and looked like they couldn't wait to eat the 8 of them alive. Yi Xian couldn't help but take another look at these fellows. There was a playful look in his eyes. One had to know that there was still a silver light screen in the sky above their heads. These fellows' behavior, words, and actions were all transmitted through this silver light screen to the outside of the space inside the cauldron. In all likelihood, all of this fell into the eyes of the group of old men waiting in the void outside the cauldron. There was no way the 8 of them didn't know about this, but they still dared to act like this. Just based on this point alone, Yi Xian couldn't help but think highly of them. Did the families behind the 8 of you send any ransom money? After glancing at the list in his hand, Yi Xian waved his hand and stored all the space boxes into his undying world. His expression didn't change as he casually asked. The 8 great guardian deities were stunned for a moment before one of them weakly replied, no, including the 3 beauties Shenyuan and Duanmu. Their families didn't send any ransom money either. The 3 of them didn't attack this young master, so they aren't prisoners of war. They are this young master's friends. What ransom money is there? Yi Xian curled his lips and glanced at the 8 great guardian deities. He continued, as for the 8 of you, although your recent performance has been good, you still attacked this young master before. This young master can choose not to take your cultivation resources, but since the ransom hasn't arrived, this young master doesn't want to take them. The few of you can use your bodies as payment. For the next 100 years, you will do menial tasks for this young master. Once the time is up, this young master will let you go as you please. Do you have any objections? If you have any, say it early. This young master will kill you on the spot and save us the trouble. The 8 great guardian deities shrunk their necks in fear and repeatedly said that they wouldn't dare. However, their faces were filled with joy. The 8 of them could clearly see that Yi Xian had purposely said those words to fulfill their wishes. Not only would they follow Yi Xian, but they also wouldn't have to worry about the families behind them being questioned and held accountable by the other human forces. As the saying goes, a wise man submits to circumstances. The 8 of them were originally in the same small team as Dongfang Lin and had come to hunt young Master Linghu. However, ever since they were subdued by Yi Xian and were given the title of 8 great guardian deities, they had been ordered to take care of Gong Wuxin and the other prisoners of war. It was unknown when they had thought it through, but they actually sincerely wanted to follow Yi Xian. It just so happened that Yi Xian had also noticed this. He admired the 8 of them for their adaptability and had the idea of taking them under his command. As a result, the 8 great guardian deities under Prince Xian came to be. They reigned over the 3 great planes of the universe and were revered by tens of thousands of people. Today, the 4 prodigies of cultivation, Gong Wuxin, Wu Chenzi, and the others, who were standing aside and looking at the 8 of them with disdain on their faces, wouldn't even have the qualifications to raise their heads in front of the 8 great guardian deities in the future. They could only prostrate themselves on the ground and respectfully kowtow to them. 100 years? I'm very curious. Where did you get the confidence to live for so long? Is it because this island master hasn't arrived yet? Chapter 33:58. I just happen to be lacking a female servant. As this sarcastic voice sounded, the azure dragon that was soaring in the sky suddenly opened its mouth. A silhouette wrapped in silver rushed out of the azure dragon's mouth and stood on top of the azure dragon's head in a flash. At this moment, the 3,000-meter-long azure dragon had already stopped in its tracks and was floating in the air in the distance. A pair of green eyes stared at Yi Xian with merciless disdain. This scene appeared too suddenly. Everyone, including Yi Xian, was stunned. Then, Wu Chenzi, Gong Wuxin, and the others exclaimed one after another. Fairy Yinxia? She's indeed extraordinary. She's able to break through the barrier of the Shenong giant cauldron despite being at the peak of the mystic light realm. She's going against the heavens. Why do I feel like something's wrong? Is something big going to happen? As these exclamations sounded, Gong Wuxin and the others all had strange expressions on their faces. As the prodigies of the various sects, clans, and forces of the human race, they didn't even respect the invincible battle god and young Master Linghu, who were causing a ruckus in the cultivation camp, who were known as the 3 masters of medicine, tool, and formation. As for the carefree Z, Fairy Yinxia, the fallen demon's son, and the demon dust woman, these four so-called prodigies of the human race, they were even more dissatisfied. However, after witnessing Fairy Inxia's power with their own eyes, Gong Wuxin and the others finally realized the difference between them and Fairy Inxia. They hadn't seen the invincible battle god before, so they didn't know how he looked like. However, they had fought young Master Linghu before. It could be said that if young Master Linghu didn't have the glazed armor and other treasures, they might have been able to defeat him. From this perspective, Gong Wuxin and the others didn't feel that there was much of a difference between them and the two so-called prodigies of the human race. However, Fairy Inxia in front of them was a huge blow to them. She was from the same generation as them, but she was already at the peak of the mystic light realm. This was enough to make Gong Wuxin and the others feel dejected, not to mention that she had the desolate era's soul-binding chain. At this moment, she was standing on top of the azure dragon's head in silver. Her peerless beauty was indeed dazzling. She was worthy of being called a prodigy of the human race. Even Medusa and the other 8 young masters from various races of the Second Universe Federation, who were being held captive on the slope, couldn't help but be a little absent-minded when they looked at Fairy Inxia's peerless beauty. As people who had the bloodline of ancient divine birds and divine beasts, they had always been extremely arrogant and did not take the human race's geniuses seriously. Even though they had been defeated by young Master Linghu today, they were still unconvinced. In their opinion, young Master Linghu was wearing a quasi-starry sky-rank glazed battle armor, so he had an unfair advantage. However, at this moment, Fairy Inxia's peerless beauty made them lose their temper. They finally realized how big the human race was. At least, they weren't their match. Everyone was dazed by Fairy Inxia, who was as graceful as an immortal. They couldn't keep their cool. Only Yi Xian was stunned for a moment at first, but he quickly calmed down and didn't have any surprised reactions. He raised his hand and pointed at Fairy Inxia as he said, "This island master? Are you from Jade Dragon Island?" Fairy Inxia? Without waiting for the other party to reply, Yi Xian's figure leaped into the air and punched towards Fairy Inxia. It's better to come early than to come at the right time. This young master just so happens to lack a pleasing female servant, so it's yours. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, glazed Fairy Inxia's giant fist arrived. It made a sonic boom in the void. It was many times stronger than before. This Shinnom's cauldron is my territory. You came here uninvited and ignored the rules I set because you have a primordial treasure. Since that's the case, I'll take away your soul-entangling rope. You'll remember this and don't be too arrogant. Gong Wuxin and the others on the ground were shocked when they heard the explosion. Even the little princess of the colored python clan, Medusa, and the other young masters from the various clans of the Second Universe Federation were shocked. They all cried out in surprise. What? The power of this punch. It's the aura of level 1 Grotto Heaven. Did young Master Linghu break through again? He said he was going into seclusion. I didn't expect him to succeed. But how is this possible? He just broke through once in a battle, and it was 2 consecutive breakthroughs. After the battle, he went into seclusion again. In just 2 days, he broke through a big realm and entered level 1 Grotto Heaven. Is he still human? I've never heard of cultivation like this. He broke through 2 small realms and still has energy. What kind of medicine did he eat? I get it. Young Master Linghu must have eaten the most roasted chicken wings and beef tendons. Even the girl from the Xianyuan family broke through 1 small realm. What's the big deal about him breaking through 3 realms? As these cries of surprise rang out, Gong Wuxin, Wu Chenzi, and the other human geniuses reflexively looked towards Medusa's group of 8. Previously, they had each been given a small piece of roasted beef, so they knew its effects. The key was that Yi Xian had used the Shinnon cauldron's orange-red fire to roast it to an extraordinary effect. These guys were obviously tempted again. Their eyes were glowing with a green light. Anyone who saw them could tell what they were thinking. Medusa and the others of the colored python clan shuddered. The 8 of them felt uncomfortable. They felt that the human race was too ferocious. They were not as gentle and easy to get along with as they seemed on the surface. This scene was seen by all the masters of the starry sky outside the space trap formation through the silver light curtain in the sky. The second universe's allied forces immediately roared angrily again. The leaders of the human race's major sects and top families all looked embarrassed. Their juniors were staring at the young masters of their allies from the second universe with green eyes. They looked like they were about to drool. It was really embarrassing. These stinky brats were all led astray by young Master Linghu. That guy was poisonous. Would it be contagious? Now, many people were starting to worry in their hearts. What if their young master returned and became a glutton like young Master Linghu? This matter would really be *ket up and vexed. You want my soul-binding treasure chain? Linghu Chong, you are really greedy. Unfortunately, you can't take it even if I give it to you. The chain has been refined. Unless I die, no one can take it away. At the same time, in the sky inside the cauldron, Fairy Inxia sneered at Yi Xian's words. Her figure flashed and she dodged Yi Xian's powerful punch that produced a sonic boom in the air. He then nodded and continued, interesting. To think that you've reached level 1 of the Grotto Heaven realm. Unfortunately, you're still too far away. You're nothing in front of this island master. Suppressing you makes this island master's cheeks burn. It feels like I'm bullying an ant, swish. Chapter 3359. Intermediate Mutation System Whoosh. The sound of the air being torn rang out as the soul-entangling rope revealed its true form. The rope was 300 meters long and was only a finger thick. It was like a slender green spirit serpent as it rapidly coiled towards Yi Xian. It was said that this chain was created after the death of a spiritual beast, so if one could fully unleash the power of this chain, even a god wouldn't be able to escape. Flying in the sky and escaping in the earth would be bound by the chain. At this moment, when it was used, it immediately caused Yi Xian's heart to jump as he felt a strong sense of danger. As expected of a primordial treasure, its power was indeed extraordinary. Even Yi Xian couldn't help but be a little tempted. However, as Fairy Yin Xia had said, this treasure had already been refined by her. If he wanted to seize it, he would have to kill Fairy Yin Xia. That was something Yi Xian didn't want. It was rare for the human race to have several people who could be called peerless geniuses. They were all young people with great room for development in the future. Perhaps they could lead the entire human race to glory. If he caused them to die early for his own selfish desires, this was something that Yi Xian couldn't do. The rope has a spirit. Since it has already recognized you as its master, this young master naturally can't seize your beauty. However, I don't want the rope, but there's no need to be polite with the person. Yi Xian sneered, and his tone was incomparably domineering. It's the same if I take you as my servant. At that time, you'll be mine, let alone this rope. That's right, let's do that, whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, the soul-entangling rope that shot over like a slender spirit serpent had already descended and directly tied up the mecha giant that was like a small mountain. It was unknown how many rounds it had wrapped around the mecha giant countless times. The surface of the mecha giant was densely wrapped all over. Sigh, in the end, young Master Linghu was still no match. He was suppressed in just one exchange. The difference in cultivation is too great. Young Master Linghu's Shenong treasured cauldron has already been used. Now that he's inside the cauldron, he won't be able to use it as he pleases. His invincible legend has been shattered. On the ground below, Gong Wuxin, Wu Chunzi, Chou Doufu, and the other prisoners of war let out sighs. The 8 great guardian deities were even more absent-minded. Yi Xian had been suppressed as soon as they met face to face. This was somewhat unacceptable to them. After all, this was an existence that had once completely suppressed all of them, yet he was unable to withstand a single blow. It was somewhat disappointing. Everyone felt a sense of loss in their hearts. Outside the cauldron, in the void around the space trap formation, there were also a lot of exclamations. The Starry Sky Masters were also very disappointed. Was a peerless genius going to die? It was rare for the human race to have 2 peerless geniuses, but now, only the invincible war god was left. Young Master Linghu, had already been suppressed. As the exclamation sounded, everyone was even more prepared to make a move, especially on the side of the allied forces of the various races of the second universe that occupied a corner of the void trap formation. Some of the more powerful elders of the various races were about to take out their own magical treasures. Fairy Inxia had the soul-entangling treasure chain, which could even ignore the rules of the Star Cauldron. They had no choice but to use all of their strength to deal with it. Otherwise, they would most likely be able to escape. At the same time, Yi Xian, who was tightly bound by the soul-entangling treasure chain, was completely dumbfounded at this moment. He wasn't shocked by the power of the soul-entangling treasure chain, but because the familiar notification sound of the devouring system suddenly sounded in his head. The content was too shocking. Ding! Congratulations to the host. A system carrier has been discovered. Host, Fairy Inxia, Peak Mystic Light Realm Level 9. System Evolution Level, Intermediate. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The system competition mission has been activated. Mission requirement, subdue Fairy Inxia. Mission success reward, 1 treasure to be exchanged from the system store of the other party. Punishment for mission failure, 1 treasure to be exchanged from the system store of the other party. A system carrier? A system carrier like himself? Yi Xian was extremely shocked. Ever since he had obtained the devouring system, this was the first time he had encountered a system carrier like himself. Before this, Yi Xian already knew that the devouring system was the invention of the human race's technological pioneer, Xing Bo. After Xing Bo's death, the second intelligent robot he created, which was the current imperial advisor of the Eternal Dynasty, D-Heir, had spread the system seeds out to select geniuses from the human race. Even until now, Yi Xian still didn't know what Xing Bo's or D-Heir's ultimate goal was after the devouring system had evolved to its final stage. However, one thing was for sure, and that was that the number of system seeds that D-Heir had spread out back then was definitely huge. However, no matter how many system seeds there were, they were scattered throughout the entire third universe that was occupied by the human race and even the other universes. The chances of those who obtained the system seeds and became the system carriers meeting each other was still very low. After all, the territory was too vast. And now, Yi Xian had encountered one and had even triggered a system competition mission. He had to fight with the other party, and the other party would be subdued. Moreover, the loser would also be allowed to choose a treasure from the system exchange store. This was no joke, because the system exchange store was not a place where one could take things for free. Once the other party chose a treasure, the loser would definitely have to foot the bill. If the other party chose a treasure of great value, he would instantly be in debt and would have to work for the system in the future to find devouring source crystals to repay his debts. At the same time, this was also an opportunity, because as long as he succeeded in subduing the other party, he would be able to obtain a system exchange treasure that he had taken a fancy to but did not have the ability to exchange for. After thinking this through, Yi Xian's eyes immediately lit up. He couldn't miss this opportunity. It would be a waste if he didn't take it. This was an item from the system exchange store, so it was very difficult to find it outside. While these thoughts were running through his mind, Fairy Inxia's face was full of shock and she fell into a daze. In her mind, the familiar sound of the system beep rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for discovering a system carrier. Host, Linghu Chong, Grotto Heaven Rank 1. System Evolution Level, Intermediate Mutation. The authenticity of the basic information cannot be confirmed. The other party's identity is suspected to be fake. Ding! Congratulations to the host for activating the system competition mission. Mission requirement, subdue Linghu Chong. Mission reward, 1 treasure to be redeemed from the other party's system store. Punishment for mission failure, 1 treasure to be redeemed from the other party's system store. You're also, as the system notification sounded in her mind, Fairy Inxia was completely shocked. Like Yi Xian, this was the first time she had encountered a system carrier of the same kind as her. Moreover, although Yi Xian's devouring system was the same as hers and had only evolved to the intermediate level, Yi Xian's devouring system was an intermediate mutation. Since it was a mutation, it meant that it had unlimited possibilities, which made Fairy Inxia feel threatened. For example, although the system notification clearly indicated that this young master Ling Hu Chang's identity might be fake, it was unable to find out his true identity. Even basic information was blocked, which showed how strange the other party's system's mutation was. Chapter 3360. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Suppression. I have to say, you've really made me look at you in a new light. Although you're only at the 10th level of the Grotto Heaven realm, you're a mid-level mutation. Even the island master can't see through you. That alone is enough to be proud of. Killing intent flashed in Fairy Inxia's eyes as she stared fixedly at Yi Xian. She sneered and continued, unfortunately, in front of absolute strength, all treachery is just an illusion. It's meaningless. I don't care what your true identity is, nor do I care what you've experienced to make it enter the path of mutation and evolution. In short, today, you're destined to fall here. Or, surrender to me. You don't have much time. I will give you 10 breaths. After 10 breaths of time, everything will be settled. Even if you hide in this quasi-starry sky-grade combat armor, you won't be able to escape the fate of being dismembered. Don't ever doubt the sharpness of the soul-entangling rope, it is indestructible. As she spoke until here, the light in Fairy Inxia's eyes shone once again. The corners of her mouth slowly curled up into a smug expression, as if she was certain that this battle had already been decided by her in advance. Everything had already been decided the moment she seized the initiative and tied up Yi Xian, who was caught off guard, with the soul-twining chain. The so-called system competition war had ended before it even started. Puff. I say, girl, do you think this is fun? However, what surprised Fairy Inxia was that just as she finished speaking, not only did Yi Xian, who was tightly bound by the soul-binding chain in the air like a gigantic human-shaped dumpling, not only didn't panic, he even seemed to be unable to hold back his laughter. He even rolled his eyes. We are the same kind of people. Who doesn't know who is who? Since you are acting like this, why don't you change your name? Don't call yourself Island Master of Jade Dragon Island. In my opinion, Big Tail Wolf suits you very well. It is perfect. As he spoke, Yi Xian didn't wait for Fairy Inxia to react. Before he could finish speaking, his body suddenly trembled as he abruptly shouted, "Isn't it just a lousy rope? At most, it is a desolate-era treasure weapon. Who are you trying to scare?" Following these words, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly blazed. Two indistinct cyan lights flashed as they shot out at an extremely fast speed and landed on the soul-binding chain that bound his body. These two green lights were precisely the power of the demon soul pupil that was like a divine eye in the depths of Yi Xian's brows. Once this pupil was activated, there was a certain chance of triggering the mysterious effect of peering into one's origin. Previously, in the Desolate Era prison in the demon domain of the First Universe, Yi Xian had triggered the demon soul pupils peering into one's origin. That was how he could clearly see the primal chaos spiritual chi contained in the endless corpse pool. Then, he immersed himself in it and performed the first divine dragon body tempering technique, successfully awakening the golden divine dragon bloodline that originated from the drop of immortal ancestral dragon blood. And now, as Yi Xian activated the demon soul pupil again, the peering into one's origin effect was triggered again. In an instant, the soul-entangling chain that tied Yi Xian up like a big dumpling suddenly became different in Yi Xian's eyes. With the help of the demon soul pupils peering into one's origin, Yi Xian clearly saw the key node of the chain's power field. Like the 7 inches of a snake, it was the weak point of the chain. Soul-entangling chain? In this young master's opinion, it's just a so-so. Don't look at how you tied it up just now. If this young master wanted to break the binding effect of this chain, it would be a piece of cake. Ha ha ha. As he raised his head and laughed, Yi Xian immediately activated the mental source core in his brain. A wisp of invisible mental power shot out from between his eyebrows and accurately landed on a section of the soul-entangling chain on the right side of his chest. Hiss! In the next moment, a faint sound like silk tearing was heard. The cyan soul-entangling chain that had wrapped around Yi Xian's mecha like a big dumpling loosened on its own. Before Inxia Fairy, who was holding the end of the chain, could react, Yi Xian's body suddenly struggled and rushed into the sky. Now it's this young master's turn. Girl, I hope you can withstand this punch. Boom! Yi Xian's figure soared into the sky. While he was still on the way, Yi Xian shouted out explosively once again. His momentum suddenly came to a halt, and he swung his right fist. His entire body explosively fell down like a dark purple meteor, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Fairy Inxia. His enormous purple fist, which was even thicker than his body, brazenly smashed down. The latter's expression instantly changed, and shock was written all over her face. Obviously, she never thought that Yi Xian would be able to break free from the binding of the soul-entangling chain so easily. It was as if he had already understood the profundity of the chain's power and directly dispelled it. Fleeting beauty, wave after image. Boundless illusion, movie slaughter. While her mind was in shock, Inxia Fairy's figure did not retreat but moved forward instead. Her right wrist suddenly shook, and the 1,000 feet long cyan treasure chain changed again. With a dazzling cyan brilliance, it circled and intertwined in front of her body, forming a huge net shield. At the same time, from the gaps of this huge net shield, countless cyan sharp needles shot out. They were extremely sharp, and they fiercely pierced towards Yi Xian, who was already close to her and was about to punch her. In the end, I still underestimated you. You can force this island master to have no choice but to face this battle with all my strength. Ling Huchong, you should be proud of yourself. Seeing that Yi Xian's entire body was once again enveloped by the green net shield that covered the sky and the earth, the right fist that he raised his arm to punch out had no choice but to withdraw under the countless arrows of the treasure chains. Fairy Inxia calmed down slightly, and the corner of her mouth curled up into a cold smile that could make people laugh. Her tone was still confident and proud as she said, "Unfortunately, no matter how heaven-defying your methods are, you won't be able to escape the fate of being suppressed today. Do you really think that this island master's soul-binding treasure chain only has these changes? You are not qualified to experience its true power. Just these few conventional derivative attacks are enough to suppress you." Yi Xian curled his lips and was calm and fearless. He rudely replied, "Don't be too confident. Be careful not to cut your tongue. You will be struck by lightning if you are pretentious." Crack. Cha-cha-cha-cha. Before he finished his words, a few abrupt and clear sounds of explosions suddenly came from the void above the two people who were fighting. At this moment, Yi Xian quietly activated the spiritual thunder technique. 5 or 6 invisible spiritual thunderbolts struck down from the sky, locking on Inxia Fairy and accurately falling on her head. Awoo! In the next moment, a familiar howl of a wolf entered her ears. Fairy Inxia was caught off guard and was struck by the 5 or 6 bolts of spiritual lightning. Her whole face turned black in an instant, and her fine black hair turned into electric curls and stood on their ends. Chapter 3361. Chapter 3361, Chapter 336 specialized in treating all kinds of dissatisfaction. Awoo! Caught off guard, Fairy Inxia was suddenly blasted by Yi Xian's spiritual lightning technique. The formless spiritual lightning technique covered her head and accurately struck her head. Currently, Yi Xian had already stepped into the 10th level of the heavenly passage. He was far more powerful than before, and the power of his spiritual lightning technique had greatly increased. Even though Fairy Inxia's cultivation was much higher than his, reaching the peak of the 9th level of the mystic light realm, she was only one step away from reaching the 12th level and becoming a void realm old monster. Even so, she was still struck miserably by Yi Xian's spiritual lightning bolts that were condensed from level 7 spiritual energy. Her entire person went crazy. This scene shocked Wu Chenzi, Gong Wuxin, and the other prisoners of war who were watching the battle on the ground. Even the little princess of the colored python clan, Medusa, and the other 8 young clan leaders from various clans of the Second Universe Federation were stunned. Fairy Inxia's strength was obvious to all. Previously, when she descended from the sky on that 1,000-zhang long green dragon, her aura was like a rainbow, as if she was a real immortal. Her radiance was too dazzling, making people not dare to look straight at her. But at this moment, not only did Yi Xian, who was clearly bound, easily escape, he even counterattacked in an instant. Before the spectators could recover from their shock, he had already launched a counterattack. A few invisible bolts of lightning shot out, and in the blink of an eye, Fairy Inxia was turned into a madwoman who was on the verge of going crazy. Everything happened too quickly, and the degree of the reversal was too shocking. For a moment, no one could accept it. Dan Fan, who saw it with his own eyes, was stunned. Spiritual reversal. Before Fairy Inxia could finish screaming, Yi Xian's eyes flashed. Without hesitation, he activated the spiritual ability he had just mastered not long ago. As the spirit source core hovering above his sea of consciousness began to revolve crazily, a vast and boundless spirit power instantly burst out. It was invisible and formless, but it instantly spread out on the net formed by the spirit entangling chain in front of Fairy Inxia. Even the countless sharp spikes that shot out from the gaps of the net shield were not missed. They were all covered by the invisible mental power and instantly affected the internal field, forming a mysterious reversal effect. Rumble. Swish. Swish swish, rumbles of energy surged like a tide, accompanied by ear-piercing sounds of air being torn apart. The huge net shield had just opened up in front of Fairy Inxia, but sharp blades suddenly shot out from the gaps. But at this moment, under the power of Yi Xian's mind reversal divine ability, everything was replayed. The sharp spikes that shot out from the gaps of the net shield suddenly retracted and stabbed back. The huge net shield that had just spread out also instantly shrunk inwards. In the blink of an eye, it completely covered Fairy Inxia's body. All of this happened too quickly and strangely. Gong Wuxin, Wu Chenzi, and the others, who were watching the battle from below, only saw a blur in front of their eyes. Fairy Inxia, who was about to go crazy with hatred and howling, was completely trapped by the green net shield formed by the spirit entangling chain like a fish in a net. It was a perfect translation, and everyone was dumbfounded. Heavens, that kind of divine ability again. The power is simply too strange. All the attacks were reversed. They were originally aimed at young Master Linghu, but in the end, they backfired on themselves. This is simply too frustrating. It seems that we still underestimated him. That's right. Young Master Linghu not only possesses great treasures, but he also possesses powerful and strange abilities. This battle has already shown the problem. He is only at the first level of the Grotto Heaven realm, but he is able to suppress Fairy Inxia, who is at the peak of the 9th level of the Profound Sky realm. This is not just a gap of 1 level, but almost 2. It is like a gap between heaven and earth, but he ignored it. This is unbelievable. Young Master Linghu is indeed worthy of being one of the 2 peerless geniuses of the younger generation of the human race. He captured Fairy Inxia alive. Most of the 4 peerless geniuses of the human race are no match for him. Even the invincible war god, who is still causing trouble in the cultivation camp, has never achieved such a feat. What are you waiting for? Did you forget what Boss said before? He is in charge of suppressing the enemy, and we are in charge of collecting the spoils and taking over the prisoners. This is one of the 4 peerless geniuses of the younger generation of the human race. This is too rare. If we miss this chance, we won't have another chance to experience it again. Amidst the shock, the group of people on the ground discussed animatedly. The 8 great guardian deities were even more excited. In the end, they shouted as they swarmed forward and soared into the air above Yi Xian. When they got close, without waiting for Yi Xian's order, they skillfully lifted the cyan net and brought Fairy Inxia to the ground below. Along the way, they threatened her. Yi Xian couldn't help but roll his eyes. Too cruel. Ah. Linghu Chong, I swear I won't be a man if I don't kill you. At this time, Fairy Inxia was in a mess. Her body was trapped in the cyan net transformed by the soul twining chain. She struggled with all her might, but to no avail. She could only sullenly let one of the 8 great guardian warriors grab a corner of the net and lift her to the ground below. This was too humiliating. Fairy Inxia was about to explode. She glared fiercely at Yi Xian through the gaps of the net and screamed. She was done. The soul twining chain that had transformed into a cyan net was originally her personal treasure. She had long refined it and could control it at will. However, at this moment, for some reason, it suddenly backfired. After tightly wrapping Fairy Inxia's body, it was completely out of her control. Otherwise, she would have broken free at the first moment and gone berserk, charging toward Yi Xian again. Yi Xian was well aware that the soul entangling chain was still Fairy Inxia's, and Yi Xian hadn't tried to refine it. The reason why he had temporarily lost control was entirely because of the mysterious effect of the spirit reversal divine ability that Yi Xian had just used. In a short period of time, it had messed up the power field of the treasure chain, and it wouldn't be long before it recovered. At that time, Fairy Inxia would be able to retract the soul twining chain that was trapping her and regain her freedom. Time was of the essence. Yi Xian had to finalize the result of this battle before his opponent regained her freedom. At that time, the system's mission would have been completed and handed in. No matter how unwilling Fairy Inxia was, it would be useless. With this thought in mind, Yi Xian's figure flashed and landed on the ground below. The mecha giant stood in front of Fairy Inxia, who was lying on the ground. He lowered his head and shouted in a deep voice, "Do you admit defeat?" Fairy Inxia sneered and sneered, "What a joke. What do you mean by admitting defeat? Do you really think you've suppressed this island master? You're just using a sinister method to ambush me. This island master was careless and fell. Otherwise, would have tortured you until you cried. You're quite stubborn. Unfortunately, this young master specializes in dealing with all kinds of unwillingness." Pa. Pa, pa, pa. Chapter 3362. Chapter 3362, Chapter 332 Crystal Mother, Pa. Pa pa pa. After landing, Yi Xian immediately put away the glazed indestructible armor. Originally, he thought that the system's competitive task was completed, but who would have thought that Fairy Inxia would be so stubborn and unconvinced? Frowning, Yi Xian did not say a word. He raised his hand and slapped her a few times without hesitation. Then, as if he felt that it was not convenient, he simply grabbed her along with the blue net, flipped over her body, and pressed her down on the ground. Then, he began to whip her again and again. Although this girl's temper was not very good, her figure was hard to find. Needless to say, her beautiful buttocks were plump and elastic. It felt quite good to the touch. Just by listening to the sound, one could tell that it was extremely crisp and clear. There was not a single bit of fat, and it was very tight. While slapping, Yi Xian scolded endlessly, "You call yourself the island master, but you are easily suppressed by this young master. You don't even have the courage to admit it. You really need to be taught a lesson. Today, this young master must teach your unruly and unreasonable temper a lesson. Either admit defeat, or I will whip your buttocks until they bloom. Choose one of the two, you decide for yourself." Pa pa. Pa pa pa. After saying that, Yi Xian did not say anything else, but his hands did not stop. He was still ruthlessly slapping Fairy Inxia's beautiful buttocks. "Ah, Ling Huchong, you bastard. This island master will fight with you." When the first few slaps landed, Fairy Inxia did not react. Her entire body was stunned, and she fell into a daze for a few breaths of time. Then, before Yi Xian could finish his reprimand, a scream came from her throat, and her body struggled violently. This was completely the rhythm of a complete rampage. Unfortunately, everything was in vain. The blue net transformed by the soul entangling chain did not simply wrap her body. Before escaping, Fairy Inxia could not mobilize the power of her cultivation at all. Now, she was simply powerless in the hands of Yi Xian. The latter pressed her tightly to the ground with one hand, and she could not move. As for Yi Xian's other hand, it didn't stop at all. The more Fairy Inxia howled, the more ruthlessly he whipped her. For a moment, the crisp sounds that entered his ears became even louder and louder. This scene was too unusual. Whether it was the experts of the top families and sects in the void around the space trap array, or Wu Chenzi, Gong Wuxin, and the other heavens prides of the human race captives in the space inside the cauldron, all of them were dumbfounded without exception. All of them were petrified by the thunderbolt. Fairy Inxia, one of the four peerless heavens prides of the human race, was pressed to the ground by a man, and her beautiful buttocks were whipped continuously in front of everyone. Not only was the sound crisp and pleasing to the ear, but it also seemed to be quite rhythmic. Such a scene, even if they saw it with their own eyes, was really hard to believe. Young Master Linghu was indeed extraordinarily cruel. His methods were too frightening. Even the three girls, Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru, were completely speechless at this moment. Although they did not say anything, they rolled their eyes and secretly muttered to themselves that they would definitely settle the score with Yi Xian later. How dare he flirt with a female cultivator in front of them? He was simply too arrogant. However, although this method was not very particular, the effect was very good. Given Fairy Yin Xia's temperament, she would not have lowered her head and compromised easily. However, at this moment, facing Yi Xian's extremely unusual method of teaching her a lesson, after screaming and roaring for a while, she finally gave in, gnashing her teeth, and admitted defeat. The next moment, the familiar sound of the system notification rang in Yi Xian's mind, ding. Congratulations to the host. The system's competitive task is completed. The host's reward is to choose any exchange item from the opponent's system exchange store. Ding. Congratulations to the host. The system's competitive task is completed. The host's reward is to unconditionally copy all the information in the opponent's system database. At the same time, imprint the system source code and establish a subordinate relationship. When the system notification rang in Yi Xian's mind, Fairy Yin Xia, who was pressed to the ground by him, was obviously the same. At this moment, her face was visibly gloomy, and it was so dark that it was almost dripping water. She was not even in the mood to scream or scold Yi Xian. She just stared fiercely at him, gnashing her teeth. This time, Fairy Yin Xia could be said to have suffered a heavy loss. Putting aside the fact that she was publicly suppressed and almost humiliated by Yi Xian, just the exchange item that Yi Xian was about to choose from her system exchange store was enough to make her suffer. Yi Xian naturally would not be polite, and it was Fairy Yin Xia's responsibility to pay the bill afterwards. In addition, because of the failure of the system competition, the devouring system in her body would also be branded as a subordinate and would forever be under Yi Xian. There was basically no chance for her to make a comeback. Yi Xian was also well aware of all this. He also understood that the enmity between him and Fairy Yin Xia would be difficult to resolve, so he did not intend to be polite at all. Taking advantage of the system to connect to the system in Fairy Yin Xia's body and copy all the information and data in her database, and at the same time, leaving behind the system's source code imprint to confirm his affiliation. Yi Xian also excitedly browsed through the system's exchange shop, specifically choosing high-priced treasures to browse. Basically, all of them required a large amount of origin crystals to exchange for. Not long after, a type of crystal called the Mother Life Crystal attracted Yi Xian's attention. After checking the attributes and effects of this Mother Life Crystal, he was immediately overjoyed. He directly ignored the astronomical exchange price and directly decided that this was it. The reason why he was interested in this Mother Life Crystal was because it had a miraculous effect of greatly increasing the level of life of the evil spirit slimes. In this way, the quality of the fairy crystal that Yi Xian needed would also be greatly increased. This was one of the important issues that had been troubling him for a long time. The fairy crystal came from a creature called the evil spirit slimes. It was the crystallization of the energy within the evil spirit slimes. This kind of crystal was also one of the natural life energy that could be absorbed by the world's insects. The evil spirit slimes were an alien race in the first universe. They were very ugly, and the surface of their bodies secreted a dark green poisonous liquid. Even among the hundreds of slave races of the Tianji clan in the first universe, this race was an extremely unpopular existence. In the first universe, Yi Xian had robbed one of the evil spirit slime space fortresses, which was later known as the Saint. There was an insect nest at the bottom of the ship, which was like a beehive. It was densely packed with evil spirit slime's insect eggs. This race was really enough to make people speechless. They actually built their nest on a space fortress. Chapter 3363. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, endless fantasy translation inside the crazy fortress. As the world bugs in the life fortress required the elven crystals and the evil spirit slimes to grow, Yi Xian had moved the slime's nest in the Holy Sun's lower hold to the life fortress, Long Yi Xian. He had specially opened up a space there for the bug eggs to reproduce, providing a steady supply of energy for the world bugs to grow. Unfortunately, although there was no problem with the supply of elven crystals, the world bugs' growth rate was still too slow. Only now did they grow from a small fortress with a diameter of 5,000 meters to a huge fortress with a diameter of 20,000 meters. As for the various facilities inside the fortress, they were far from perfect. Because of this, Yi Xian had been searching for a type of pure life energy that could allow the world bugs in the Long Yi Xian to grow quickly, but to no avail. But today, this problem was finally about to be completely solved. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Master Life Crystal. Quality, pure and flawless. Effect, Life Evolution Energy Crystal. Can rapidly and continuously increase the life level of the evil spirit slimes. Do you want to use it immediately? After Yi Xian made his decision, the system's notification sounded in his mind. Then, a golden irregular crystal the size of a baby's fist appeared in Yi Xian's body. The devouring system was very mysterious. Even with Yi Xian's current level, he was still far from being able to see through it. To him, many of the functions of the devouring system were still covered in a mysterious veil, revealing its mysteries. For example, this golden master life crystal was clearly obtained from the binding system in Fairy Inxia's body, but Yi Xian didn't even have to do anything, and it automatically appeared in Fairy Inxia's body as if it was teleported. The exchange shop had a wide variety of exchange items. There were cultivation techniques, bloodlines, all kinds of natural treasures, rare minerals, and even completed magic treasures. Pills and so on. Some of these exchange items were stored in the form of information. Once exchanged, they would appear in the mind directly. For example, cultivation techniques, bloodlines, and abilities that could be exchanged were basically the same. Some were physical objects, such as natural treasures, rare minerals, magic treasures, and pills. These things were divided into two types. The first type was created by the system through energy conversion, such as pills, treasures, minerals, herbs, and so on. Because the system already had a clear understanding of the nature of these things, as long as there was enough energy, it could transform them into physical objects. The other type was something that even the system could not create out of thin air through energy conversion. This type of physical object was basically collected by the system and placed in the exchange shop. The golden essence crystal that Yi Xian had chosen belonged to this category. It was extremely rare, and even the devouring system that was bound to Yi Xian's body didn't have this item in the exchange shop. Use it now. After obtaining this Mother of Life crystal with great difficulty, Yi Xian couldn't wait any longer and immediately gave an affirmative reply to the system. Then, he turned to look at the 8 great guardian deities and the rest. This young master still needs to go into seclusion. You guys just need to look after these guys. As for this fierce woman, don't bother about her. If she wants to leave, let her go. This young master doesn't want such a fierce servant girl. After that, Yi Xian glanced at Fairy Inxia, who was glaring at him, and quickly left with the purplish warbler, Duan Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru. Gong Wuxin, Wu Chenzi, and the rest of the captives were dumbfounded as they watched him leave. They were already numb to Yi Xian's freakishness. He had just ended his seclusion and had broken through a great realm, okay? In the blink of an eye, he actually did it again. How could he let others live? After a short while, Yi Xian and the purplish warbler arrived at the central region's furnace volcano and returned to the plains at the bottom of the volcano. Yi Xian did not waste any time as he waved his hand and brought out the life fortress within his undying world, Wild Dragon Roar. The plains at the bottom of the furnace volcano were vast enough. The Wild Dragon Roar had just grown to the size of a giant fortress, so this place could easily accommodate it. Seeing Yi Xian mysteriously bring them back to the plains at the bottom of the furnace volcano, without saying a word, he waved his hand and summoned a giant space fortress with a diameter of 20,000 meters. It seemed to be rather shabby. Xianyuan Ziying, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru were completely confused. After looking at each other, they all asked, "What are you doing now? Why bring out a space fortress for no reason? And it's at the bottom of the volcano? It's obvious that it's not something good. But isn't this space fortress a little too shabby? It should be sent back to the furnace to be reforged. How can it travel in space with such a shabby state?" "Yes, yes, yes. Don't you have a space fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters? I think it's called Thunderbolt or something. The name is so domineering. Then why keep such a shabby 10,000-meter fortress? If it were me, I would have thrown it away long ago. I feel bad just looking at it. If I really use it to travel in space, I'm afraid I'll be laughed at to death. Don't look down on this space fortress. It's a space treasure. It's one of a kind in the 3 dimensions of the universe." Seeing how the 3 girls described the wild dragon roar, Yi Xian immediately rolled his eyes and replied in annoyance, "Don't even mention a space fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters. Even if you give me 10 space fortresses in exchange for it, I definitely won't agree. This is such a huge loss." As soon as he finished speaking, the wild dragon roar, which was floating at the bottom of the furnace volcano, suddenly shook violently. Then, a jaw-dropping change happened without warning. It was like a raging fire, almost crazy. In an instant, Yi Xian and the purplish warbler were dumbfounded. Sha sha sha, boom. Low and continuous muffled sounds continued to ring out, accompanied by a dense and weak rustling sound. It gave people the feeling that countless silkworms were eating, nibbling away at the mulberry leaves in a sea of mulberry. Accompanied by these strange sounds, the wild dragon roar, which was floating at a low altitude not far in front of them, was expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not only was its size expanding, the appearance of the ship was also changing. It did look quite shabby before, like a giant fortress that was about to explode. But now, as its size expanded rapidly, the appearance of the giant fortress was also changing rapidly, as if it was being refurbished. No, the wild dragon roar could no longer be called a giant fortress. The so-called giant fortress was only 10,000 meters in diameter, and the giant fortress was only 20,000 meters in diameter. But the wild dragon roar had clearly surpassed this value. Chapter 3364. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Xiao Yao Jie Jie. The Long Yi battleship was formed from the world's insects that the human pioneer, Xing Bo, had obtained. Initially, it was only a tiny bit. Later on, as the world's insects multiplied and grew, it slowly grew. It was like a coral reef at the bottom of the sea. The principle was basically the same. When Yi Xian obtained the Long Yi battleship, although it had already grown for tens of thousands of years, its diameter was only 5,000 meters. In just a few short months, the reason why the Long Yi battleship could grow into a giant fortress with a diameter of 20,000 meters was all because of the evil spirit slimes. If it weren't for the fact that new evil spirit slimes were born every second in the insect nest that was moved to the bottom of the Long Yi battleship, and the elven crystals in their bodies provided life energy, the Long Yi battleship wouldn't have been able to grow to such a size. However, compared to the changes in front of them, all of that was too insignificant. Once the mother life crystal was thrown into the insect nest at the bottom of the Long Yi battleship, all of the evil spirit slimes would immediately benefit. Their life level would rapidly increase, and the quality of the elven crystals in their bodies would also increase. In this way, the rate of reproduction of the world's insects would definitely increase rapidly. Furthermore, the number of the countless tiny molecules in the entire world's insects would increase tremendously. The most direct change to the wild dragon battleship would be that its growth rate would instantly skyrocket. Yi Xian had already mentally prepared himself for this. Even so, the terrifying expansion speed of the Long Yi battleship still gave him a big fright. He was stunned on the spot. It wasn't until the 3 purplish warbler girls cried out in shock that Yi Xian's body shook and he regained his senses. Heavens, what's going on? Has this broken fortress gone crazy? Look at this situation, it's clearly going to self-destruct. Am I dreaming? This is too scary. I've never heard of a space fortress being able to expand like a steamed bun. Could it be that it's alive? This is too unbelievable. Bastard, how many more secrets are you hiding from me? Was this bastion a living thing? Was it a living thing? A fortress of life? The bulge in front of her was clearly a sign of its rapid growth. Heavens, I'm actually seeing a bastion that can evolve and grow on its own? That's crazy. Sha sha sha, accompanied by the three women's exclamations, the tiny noises that sounded like billions of silkworms eating echoed incessantly. It was exactly the reaction of the tiny population that made up the insect community of the entire world. They were multiplying rapidly, and their numbers were increasing exponentially every second. That mother life crystal is indeed a good thing. With such a rapid reproduction rate, I'm afraid that in less than a day, a giant fortress with a diameter of 20,000 meters will grow into a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters. Terrifying, truly terrifying. Yi Xian stared blankly at the life fortress of the wild dragon battleship, which was still expanding. However, its speed was slowly decreasing compared to its initial speed. Yi Xian sighed. Today was an eye-opener for him. In just one day, a small starry sky fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters had appeared out of nowhere. Even in the star-casting dock, the largest battleship in the Eternal Dynasty, this speed was absolutely impossible. No one would believe it even if it was said to be true. However, there were also drawbacks to being too fast. After all, for a space fortress, although the size was a hard index, the internal structure and the performance of the various equipment were the most important. If the performance could not keep up, it would be useless no matter how big it was. It would be nothing more than a useless vase for decoration. Therefore, while Yi Xian sighed, he quickly connected to the Artificial Intelligence Center of Wild Star with his consciousness and gave an order to limit the growth of the spaceship to a diameter of 50,000 meters. After reaching this standard, the growth of the spaceship would stop immediately. All the micromolecules that were multiplying in the future would be invested in the consolidation of the details of the battleship's performance and internal and external structure. They would strive for perfection and perfection. Yi Xian had refined the insect core crystal, which was the center of the insect community in the entire world. After his order was transmitted through his consciousness, it would be strictly carried out immediately and unconditionally. Therefore, Yi Xian was soon relieved. He did not need to pay attention to the rest of the matters. The only thing he needed to do was to wait. After Wild Star completed its unprecedented comprehensive evolution, he immediately brought the three ladies of the purplish warbler into the cabin to check the delightful results of the evolution. Half a day later, outside the Shinong Cauldron. In a certain direction of the void outside the screen of the great space trap array, a figure was rapidly approaching like an immortal. This young man was slightly thin, but he looked tall and slender. His long hair draped over his shoulders, and his temperament was lively and unruly. He was one of the four peerless heavenly talents of the human race, the pavilion master of Xiaoyao Pavilion, Xiaoyao Zi. Not long ago, Xiaoyao Zi had set off from Kunling planet of the Heavenly Wind Empire. He had been crossing the void with his physical body, and his speed was not slower than the battleships and fortresses that were constantly jumping through wormholes. All of this was thanks to a primordial treasure that he controlled. This primordial treasure was called the Barrier Breaker Boots, and it was said that it belonged to the ancestor of the primordial era, Qua Fu. Legend had it that Qua Fu relied on this boots to chase after the sun. It was a rare treasure that could be used to travel billions of miles in a day. With this boots, one could cross wormholes in the universe with their physical body. Even if they had wings on their back, they would not be able to do it. Moreover, there was another deeper meaning behind the words break through barriers. It meant that it could break through barriers and move unhindered. Facing all kinds of killing formations and ancient formations, one would not feel any pressure at all and would be able to leave as one wished without fear of being trapped by formations. However, he was different from the other three peerless heavenly talents of the human race. Among the other three, no matter if it was the fallen demon prince, the demon dust woman, or the fairy Yin Xia, they had all displayed their powerful combat strength in front of others. However, Xiaoyao Zi had never fought with anyone before. The reason why he was listed as one of the 4 peerless heavenly talents of the human race was not only because his cultivation was the same as the fallen demon prince and the other 2, which was the peak of the 9th stage of the mystic light realm, but also because he could come and go freely with the barrier breaker boots. At this moment, as Xiaoyaozi arrived, exclamations could be heard from the surrounding void. It's him! The pavilion master of Xiaoyao Pavilion, Xiaoyaozi. He actually came to join in the fun. Half of the 4 peerless heavenly talents of the human race have come. What a fast speed! He was so far away a moment ago, but in the blink of an eye, he is already here. Look, what is he trying to do? He is going straight for the space trap array. Chapter 3365. I came to offer my sword. With the sudden arrival of Unfettered Z, the surrounding void was in an uproar. The eyes of all the starry sky masters seemed to be faintly fixed on Unfettered Z's leisurely walking legs. What they saw was a pair of green leather boots. They were simple, but they were not shocking, and even seemed a little too low-key. These boots were the ancient treasure, the barrier breaker boots. Unfettered Z's speed in crossing the void was so fast that even a warship's wormhole jump could not compare to him. He was relying on these boots to traverse the void. However, although the barrier breaker boots were famous and respected as an ancient treasure, the starry sky masters present did not think that Unfettered Z could ignore the void trap formation that had been completely sealed and walk in easily. After all, this formation was extremely extraordinary as well. It could completely cut off space, and was something that the Heaven Battle Emperor clan had painstakingly spent a large amount of precious materials to set up. If it couldn't even stop the Unfettered One's pair of small leather boots, then it would really be too embarrassing. It would make others speechless. It was precisely because of this that the moment Xiaoyaozi arrived, Zhang Yi, the clan elder of the War Clan, who was guarding outside the formation and in charge of external affairs, immediately sneered and let out a light snort from his nose. The corners of his mouth also outlined a hint of ridicule. He was clearly ready to see a joke. Even Fairy Yin Xia, who had the soul entangling chain and could turn it into a green dragon with a flick of her wrist, had entered through the reserved passage that had not been completely sealed by the void trap formation. Zhang Yi did not believe that Unfettered Z could ignore the obstruction of the void trap formation and walk in. The next moment, the hint of ridicule at the corners of Zhang Yi's mouth had just appeared, but it instantly froze. All the starry sky masters in the surrounding void were basically the same. They saw an unbelievable scene with their own eyes. It was too challenging for their nerves. After Unfettered Z, who had broken through the void, reached the edge of the void trap formation, he did not stop at all. He lifted his foot and easily put his right foot into the void trap formation. At that moment, the pair of green leather boots on his feet flashed with a cold and obscure brilliance, shrouding Unfettered Z and making his figure illusory in an instant, as if he did not exist. Immediately afterwards, before the starry sky masters in the surrounding void could recover from their shock, the Unfettered One had already caught up. His entire figure passed through the space trap array, entered it, and shot towards the giant star cauldron in the central domain of the array at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it entered the enormous cauldron that was enshrouded in dense 9-colored mist and vanished completely. First, it was the void trap formation's trap formation. Then, it was the star cauldron's field. In less than 2 breaths of time, the Unfettered One had already passed through them as if he had completely ignored them. It was not until his figure disappeared that gasps could be heard in the void outside the void trap formation like a tide. At the same time, in the space inside the Shenong cauldron, Yi Xian, the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru had been away for more than half a day and had just returned. To his surprise, Fairy Yin Xia did not leave. However, she did not stay with the 8 great Vajras, Wu Chunzi, Gong Wuxin, and the other captives of the human clan. At this moment, she was standing alone on a mountain peak in the distance. Her snow-white clothes fluttered in the wind, making her look like a fairy. Her hair, which had been messed up by Yi Xian's spiritual thunder and lightning technique, had already been fixed, and her dark cheeks were as delicate as jade again, but the light in her eyes seemed to be colder than before, without a trace of the breath of a living person, as if she was looking at a dead person. Since Yi Xian was still far away, she had already locked onto him and had not moved away for a moment. Seeing Yi Xian and the other three return, the 8 great guardian deities and the others immediately came to greet them. At the same time, they subconsciously turned their heads to look at Inxia Fairy on the mountain peak in the distance. They all shrunk their necks, looking aggrieved and resentful. Some of their movements were a little stiff, which clearly showed that they were injured. Looking at the sullen expressions of these fellows, Yi Xian almost instantly understood. It was obvious that not long after he left, when Yi Xian used the spirit reversal divine ability, the mental energy left behind on the soul-binding chain gradually dissipated. After the power of the chain was restored, the moment Fairy Silver Cloud escaped, she immediately poured all of her evil fire onto the 8 great Vajra and the others. No wonder she could be so calm when she saw Yi Xian at this moment. She was not like the fierce girl before at all. It turned out that she had already been through a lot. Yi Xian frowned. When he was about to say something, he suddenly seemed to sense something and turned his head to look at the 9-colored sky curtain above his head. The 8 great guardian deities and the other human clan prisoners were stunned for a moment and also looked up. On the mountain peak in the distance, Inxia Fairy looked thoughtful. She glanced at the 9-colored sky curtain above her head and curled her lips. Her expression was full of disapproval. The next moment, a slightly thin figure came into everyone's sight. He walked through the 9-colored sky curtain as if he was taking a stroll in the courtyard. He glanced at the ground below and paused slightly on Inxia Fairy, but soon locked on Yi Xian. Sizing him up from head to toe, with a flip of his hand, a long, narrow, and sharp blood-red long blade appeared in his palm. The blade was ferocious and unrestrained, emitting a dense evil aura, as if there was an invisible blood mist flowing and coiling around the blade from beginning to end. This was definitely a powerful and fierce blade that drank endless blood. You should be Ling Huchong, right? I'm Xiaoyao Zi, and I came here specially to offer a sacrifice to the blade. Glancing at Yi Xian, Xiaoyao Zi's figure stopped and stood in the void. As he spoke, he lowered his head and gently wiped the blood-red blade in his hand. His eyes burst out a blazing light as if he was caressing his lover. With an almost infatuated expression and tone, he spoke tirelessly as if he was muttering to himself. From his words, it could be seen that the exquisite blood blade in Xiaoyao Zi's hand with an astonishing evil aura was called Red Blood Chop. It was said that it was a piece of chaotic iron essence buried deep in the ground in order to avoid all the creatures in the world. It was formed after hundreds of thousands of years of accumulation. Unfortunately, the place where this iron essence was buried was a fierce and cold place. During this period, the chaotic iron essence absorbed a lot of blood in the fierce and cold place, emitting a threatening bloody demonic aura. After it turned into the shape of a chop, because the blood aura was too strong, there was actually a bloody light coming out from the blade. Therefore, it was called Red Blood Chop. There was even a rumor that no matter who held this blood chop, their mind would be invaded by evil spirits and turned into a bloodthirsty demon that killed creatures. It was also said that once it was pulled out, it couldn't be sheathed without killing people. It would be stained with blood when it was drawn out, so it was called Red Blood Chop. The world only knows that I have the barrier breaker boots, but they don't know that apart from the boots, I also have another ancient treasure. Chapter 3366. Withered Demon vs. Scarlet Blood, you want to kill me as a sacrifice? Yi Xian was so angry that he was amused. Where did this guy get his confidence from? He actually came to the space inside the farmer god cauldron and shouted that he wanted to kill him as a sacrifice for the blood-red blade in his hand? One had to know that even without relying on the headless infant corpse, the Thunder Emperor's seal, and the heavenly fallen bow, Yi Xian was only able to activate the power of the Shinong Cauldron's domain within this cauldron. In an instant, he was able to surge out an orange flame that was as vast as the ocean. It was boundless and filled the entire cauldron space, and he could easily kill him and turn him into ashes. However, he did not intend to reveal this method yet. He planned to lure some powerful and troublesome enemies into the space inside the farmer god cauldron for a decisive battle in the future. Then, he would wait for an opportunity to launch an overwhelming ocean of orange-red flames when his enemies were unprepared. As for the fellow in front of him, although he was one of the 4 peerless geniuses that had recently appeared in the human clan and his reputation was extremely resounding, Yi Xian didn't place him in his eyes. Not long ago, he had suppressed an existence of the same level. Even his butt had been whipped, so he didn't think much of it. In Yi Xian's opinion, this guy was not worthy of him revealing the fact that the space inside the cauldron could be ignited at any time at his will. This was a trump card that could only be used on a real powerhouse. Scarlet blood chop. Once it is drawn, it cannot be returned to the sheath without killing someone. It must be stained with blood when it is drawn, right? Yi Xian glanced at Xiao Zi, curled his lips, and mocked, "It sounds quite scary." However, in front of this young master, whether it's you or this broken blade, neither of you have the qualifications to say anything about killing and sacrificing the blade. These words should be said by this young master. Whoosh! Before he finished speaking, Yi Xian had already raised his hand and waved it. A blood-black light shot out from between his eyebrows and expanded, instantly turning into a ferocious demon blade with black and red demonic patterns intertwined all over its body. Perhaps its evil aura was slightly inferior to that of Xiao Zi's scarlet blood chop, but its demonic aura was 30% more ferocious. It was the withered demon blood blade. Screech! Although the withered demon blood blade's blade spirit was still asleep, this blade was already extraordinary. At this moment, as soon as Yi Xian took it out, it immediately sensed the aura of the scarlet blood chop in the air in front of it. This was clearly the provocation of the withered demon blood blade. It was impossible for a mountain to contain 2 tigers. 2 unparalleled blades with overflowing evil auras appeared in the air at the same time. Before Yi Xian could even make a move, the withered demon blood blade was already unable to hold itself back. Of these 2 supreme blades, one is a primordial treasure, the other a quasi-starry sky treasure. They are of similar grades. However, your scarlet blood chop is from the primordial era, while my withered demon blood blade is from the present age, personally refined by this young master. Seeing the battle intent of the withered demon blood blade that was hovering in front of his head, Yi Xian couldn't help but feel a sense of heroism. He smiled and said, "Today, let's see if it's your desolate ancient scarlet blood flames that stretch for 1,000 miles, or this young master's withered demon flames that overflow into the heavens." In other words, he clearly wanted to let the withered demon blood blade and Xiao Zi's scarlet blood chop fight a battle of supremacy between the 2 supreme blades. On the mountain peak in the distance, Fairy Yin Xia, who was dressed in white and looked like a fairy, had a flash of light in her eyes. Even she looked fascinated. As for the 8 great guardian deities, Gong Wuxin, Wuchen Zi, and the rest of the human prisoners, they were all excited and looked forward to the battle after being stunned for a moment. Primordial precious treasures or weapons at the quasi-starry sky treasure level were rare to begin with, and it was already rather rare to see one on a normal day. Today, not only had 2 appeared together, it just so happened that both of them were supreme blades of slaughter that emanated monstrous devilish intent. Such a situation was truly something that could only be chanced upon by luck, and no matter who it was, they would want to witness the battle between these 2 supreme blades of slaughter. In fact, in addition to the people in the space inside the cauldron, even the powerhouses of the great families outside the cauldron who were guarding the void around the great space trap array were also looking forward to this battle. Countless people had already gathered their gazes on the silver light curtain hanging above the mouth of the Shinong cauldron inside the great space trap array. However, Xiao Zi didn't seem to be satisfied with this suggestion. He glanced at Yi Xian with a sneer and said sarcastically, "Just let these 2 blades fight? What about you and me? Linghu Chong, are you avoiding the important and dwelling on the trivial? You don't dare to fight me, so you came up with this idea. It's really hard for you. Don't worry, I'm not interested in bullying ants." Speaking of this, the unfettered one sneered again and continued proudly, "Since your cultivation is only at the level 1 of the grotto heaven realm, then I will seal my cultivation at the same level, so as to avoid you from being dissatisfied with your defeat and sullying my reputation. In addition, I have said before that I am here to sacrifice my blade. If you don't fight me, how can I sheathe my crimson blood beheader? If that's really the case, then I can only bear the humiliation of bullying the weak and take the initiative to challenge you to a battle." The meaning behind his words was that he had to cut Yi Xian down from the sky today. He had to fight, but if he didn't, then he could only wait to be hunted down. This was not an ordinary confidence. It was simply shocking. There's no need for you to ask for a fight. This young master also has the same intention. I only hope that you won't turn around and run for your life after you've been beaten badly. Otherwise, this young master will have to spend a lot of effort to catch up with those lousy boots on your feet. Yi Xian was so angry that he laughed instead. He raised his hand and pointed at Xiao Zi. He was arrogant, but Yi Xian was even more arrogant. At this moment, he was in high spirits and the battle intent in his chest surged. As for suppressing his cultivation, there's no need. Isn't it just the peak of the 9th stage of the profound light realm? I am also at the level 1 of the grotto heaven realm. Compared to you, we are 2 realms apart and 1 level apart. It is enough to suppress you. Hearing this, Gong Wuxin, Wu Chenzi, and the other human prodigies all opened their mouths wide. Their faces were full of shock, as if they had just been struck by lightning. Even the white-robed figure on the mountain peak in the distance couldn't help but have a touch of admiration on his face at this moment. As for the starry sky masters from the top families and sects outside the space trap formation, they were in an uproar. They had thought that Xiao Zi was too arrogant before. After Fairy Yin Xia was suppressed, he still dared to treat young Master Ling Hu so arrogantly. Who would have thought that there was even more arrogance in the arrogance? The latter didn't give in at all and said that he was only 2 realms apart and could suppress such a person. This was crazy. Whoosh. Screech. Boom. Chapter 3367. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Spinning Top Pavilion Fool, Whoosh. Screech. Rumble. While all the experts in and out of the Shinong Cauldron were in an uproar because of Yi Xian's earth-shattering words, the battle between the latter and the Unfettered One finally began. This battle was unavoidable no matter what. Although Yi Xian and the Unfettered One did not say it out loud, they both knew what was going on. This was because the Unfettered One was also a host of the devouring system. In fact, the so-called 4 peerless heavenly legends of the younger generation of the human clan who suddenly appeared not long ago were also carriers of the system, just like Yi Xian. These 4 competitors of Yi Xian were the cream of the crop among a large number of hosts of the system. 2 of them were even like Yi Xian, from a sealed planet that was completely isolated from the rest of the universe. Back then, D-Air had spread out a vast number of system seeds. They were not only limited to the 3rd universe, which was ruled by the human race, but also the 2nd universe, the 1st universe, which was occupied by the Tianji race, and even some mysterious universe planes that had not been explored yet. D-Air had even spread them out. Many of the system's seeds had never encountered a life form that could activate them and thus obtained a host to attach to. They were still drifting in the boundless void, endlessly drifting. However, a large portion of the system's seeds had met a host and successfully completed the contract. However, among these lucky ones, more than 99% had died prematurely, or had never achieved anything at all. They were silently wasting their time in the corners of some planets in the 3 universes. Apart from Yi Xian, the only system hosts that had been born were the 4 peerless heavenly legends of the younger generation of the human clan. They had never met each other before, so whether it was Fairy Yin Xia or the Unfettered One, they had only met Yi Xian formally and had a certain degree of interaction with him before they were unexpectedly alerted by the system and suddenly realized the truth. Previously, when Yi Xian and the Unfettered One were arguing back and forth, the familiar system notifications rang in their minds. The content was basically the same as before. As the 2 system hosts met each other, the competition between the different system hosts and the system hosts instantly began. Fairy Inxia, who was at the peak of the distant mountain, was also surprised by the fact that Carefree was also a system carrier. Although she had already failed in the competition between system hosts, the devouring system had already been branded with a subordinate source code by the system controlled by Yi Xian. She no longer had the qualifications to compete with the other system hosts. Because of this reason, when the system hosts of the Unfettered One system host in translation, when the other system hosts were about to start an internal competition, Fairy Yin Xia's translation, the system in her body, the unfettered one could only in Fairy Een Xia's translation when the other system hosts of the unfettered translation translation is translation. Translation is translation translation translation. Is translation is translation 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 is translation 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 is translation translation on translations is translation 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 is translations translation. Translation at the same time, Fairy Een Xia was very nervous about the final result of this battle. She couldn't tell who she hoped would win in the end. Maybe, she didn't want either one of them. But that was obviously impossible. At this moment, a series of ear-piercing sounds rang out, accompanied by the fierce roars of the two peerless murderous weapons, the withered demon blood blade and the crimson blood chop. Yi Xian and the unfettered one soared into the air at the same time. Boundless pressure surged around them, and they collided with each other with a loud bang. A huge rumble shook the heavens. Even the mountains not far away in this vast space within the cauldron seemed to be shaken by this invisible and terrifying impact, and they began to sway slightly. Both of them were peerless geniuses of the current human race. They were absolutely stunning. In terms of battle weapons and magic treasures, they were evenly matched. Of course, this was the general assessment made without taking into account Yi Xian's powerful skills and divine abilities, such as the headless infant corpse, the Rai Di seal, the fallen sky bow, and so on. Yi Xian had the withered demon blood blade and the indestructible glass armor that could activate the second mecha state. As for the unfettered one, apart from the crimson blood chop, he also had a pair of barrier breaker boots on his feet, which gave him terrifying speed and other advantages. In a situation where both of them had equal battle weapons, one of them had a great advantage in terms of defense and strength due to the indestructible glass armor. Apart from the battle weapons, the other one had superior speed and terrifying ability to deal with attacks. However, while the advantage of the battle weapon and the magic treasure was equally matched, the difference in cultivation between the two was simply too great. One of them was at the peak of the Mystic Light Realm 9th stage, and was only one step away from the Void Realm 1st stage. The other was only at the Grotto Heaven 1st stage, which was the 9th stage. He had just broken through and entered this stage not long ago. The gap between their cultivation realms was simply too great. This was clearly a gap that was almost 2 whole realms apart. As such, there weren't many people who thought that Yi Xian would win this battle. Even the 3 women from the purplish warbler had a worried expression on their faces. The barrier breaker boots were indeed extraordinary. As a support-type primordial treasure, once its power was fully unleashed, its effects were truly shocking. The barrier breaker boots started to move around Yi Xian, constantly circling around Yi Xian, who was tightly protected by the glass armor. His speed was so fast that his entire body turned into an undetectable dark light. Even Yi Xian's bewitching soul eyes couldn't keep up with the barrier breaker boots, and he almost couldn't capture the unfettered one's figure. During this period of time, Xiaoyao Zi, who was moving at an extremely fast speed, would occasionally wait for an opportunity to attack. Although the scarlet blood slash didn't leave a single mark on Yi Xian's mecha, he was still in existence at the peak of the 9th stage of the profound light realm. He was 2 whole realms higher than Yi Xian, so his strength was extremely terrifying. After 7 or 8 slashes, although the glass armor wasn't damaged, Yi Xian was shaken to the point of dizziness. Even his blood flow was a bit unstable. This reminded him of the Heaven's Legacy race's upper echelon that had been killed by his Rai Di seal in the dark purple mecha before the fusion. He definitely couldn't continue like this. He was too passive. The opponent was using a strategy of moving around and waiting for an opportunity to attack. He was using his advantage to the extreme, and Yi Xian was completely suppressed. He had great strength, but he couldn't hit his target at all. Although the glass armor's defense was equally shocking, Yi Xian, who was inside the glass armor and had already fused perfectly with it, couldn't continuously resist this terrifying shockwave. If he were to be killed inside the glass armor as time went on, he would become a laughingstock. What happened to the sacrificial blade? Shouldn't you be very domineering? Why do I feel like you only know how to rely on the speed of those lousy boots on your feet to run circles around this young master? Yi Xian felt quite sullen in this battle. His opponent was too fast, and his footwork was too unpredictable. It made him feel like he was punching a pile of cotton. Chapter 3368. It's hard to not be famous spinning top pavilion clown. When this laughable name reached his ears, Unfettered One was so angry that his nose almost became crooked. Although he was arrogant, he was not reckless, especially in battle. Even when facing an opponent who was much weaker than him, Unfettered One would never underestimate them. If he did not have the mentality of an eagle hunting a rabbit, he might not have been able to grow all the way and live to this day. Therefore, in the face of Yi Xian, whose entire body was wrapped in a quasi-starry sky treasure-level battle armor, not only was his defense shockingly terrifying, but his strength was also increased by several times due to the support of the battle armor. Unfettered One didn't feel that there was anything wrong with his strategy of constantly wandering around and waiting for an opportunity to attack. Only in this way would he be able to bring out his advantage to the fullest. At the same time, he would be able to subtly remove his opponent's reliance on defense and strength. However, although Unfettered One's battle strategy was clear, he did not expect Yi Xian's poisonous mouth at all. The pavilion master of Unfettered Pavilion, with such an elegant and transcendent title, was actually called a clown from Spinning Top Pavilion. It was a simple sentence of ridicule, but its lethality was too shocking. Obviously, after this battle, the name of Spinning Top Pavilion Clown would be thoroughly spread throughout the world, and Unfettered One would become famous overnight, once again stirring up a storm and leading the world. This was really too insidious. With Unfettered One's cold arrogance, how could he endure such a large-scale and comprehensive ridicule on the level of a universe plane? At this moment, as the insulting words of the Spinning Top Pavilion entered his ears, he could no longer remain calm. He roared with a thunderous roar, "You want to provoke me? Ling Huchong, you did it." Roar. Screech. With a roar, Unfettered One's figure finally stopped, and the crimson blood slash that had been hovering around him instantly shot out, chopping down on the mech giant's head. Above Yi Xian's head, the withered demon blood blade had been hovering around him, locking onto the crimson blood slash around Unfettered One, waiting for an opportunity to strike. At this moment, the opportunity finally came. The moment the crimson blood slash was shot out and chopped down, the withered demon blood blade trembled slightly, letting out a cheerful roar, and immediately met the attack. Blood-black demon flames instantly surged, covering a small area of the void with this faintly discernible and frightening demon flames. Clang! The two fierce demon blood blades, like a needle against an wheat, bombarded one's demon blood blade, let out a shocking sound of metal clashing. At this moment, whether it was Wu Chunzi, Gong Wuxin and the other heavens pridelings captives of the human race who were looking up from the ground below, or the starry sky masters of the various top aristocratic families and forces who were watching the battle in the void around the void trap formation, all of them had their hearts in their mouths. Their eyes were fixed on the area where the two fierce flames were clashing. One was from the primordial era while the other was from the current era. Both of them were supremely ferocious blades. Gotcha! It was also at this moment that Yi Xian took advantage of the Unfettered One's body finally coming to a stop, no longer transforming into a streak of light, to activate the spiritual thunder technique without hesitation. A few crackling sounds of lightning could be heard from the battlefield in mid-air, but it was impossible to see what was happening. On the ground below, Wu Chunzi, Gong Wuxin, and the other demon blood spears subconsciously shrank their necks. They had a conditioned reaction to this kind of crackling sound. They had seen Yi Xian use it several times before, so it was really impossible to guard against it. The speed of lightning was originally fast, and Yi Xian's spiritual thunder technique was condensed from spiritual energy, so its speed was even faster than lightning in nature. Coupled with the fact that it was shapeless and intangible, it was simply maddening. Basically, by the time the crackling sound of lightning could be heard, it had already struck the top of the head. And so it was. A woo! Almost at the same time, a mournful howl suddenly came from the battlefield in midair. Gong Wuxin and the other demon blood spears all had the same expression on their faces. On the mountain peak in the distance, Fairy Yin Xia subconsciously clenched her small fists at this moment, and her face instantly darkened. Although she had now regained the appearance of a banished fairy, the scene of her hair turning into a bird's nest and her face turning into the bottom of a pot by Yi Xian's spiritual thunder technique was too tragic. It was an eternal pain in her memory. And now, this kind of pain was replicating itself, appearing in the unfettered one's body. As the mournful howl sounded, his figure suddenly staggered and almost fell from the void. However, in the next moment, his figure disappeared as he took a step forward. When he reappeared, he was already more than 100 miles away from the battlefield in the void. His face was black, his hair was standing up, and faint black smoke was coming out of his nose. It was obvious that he was almost charred on the outside and separated on the inside. He had just stopped moving when he was suddenly attacked. Unprepared, his whole body trembled with fear. He directly avoided the battle and used the power of the heavenly feet divine ability of the obstacle-breaking boots on his feet. In an instant, he was 100 miles away from the battlefield. It should be known that this was the internal space of the Shinnon Cauldron. Even the atmosphere of some administrative planets could not be used for teleportation due to the suppression of the star defense array, let alone here. But he had successfully teleported and moved 100 miles away in the blink of an eye. This scene fell into the eyes of Yi Xian, and he immediately rolled his eyes. He sighed in his heart, but his mouth was unforgiving. He curled his lips and shouted in the direction where the unfettered one appeared, "I'm sorry, big brother, I was wrong just now. You are not a fool from the top pavilion, you are a fool from the tortoise pavilion. You are a fool from the tortoise pavilion. You are a coward." Puff, a fool from the tortoise pavilion? Hearing this, the unfettered one felt his chest tighten. The internal injuries that he had suffered from 3 spiritual thunderbolts finally broke out. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, he was really furious. First, it was the fool from the top pavilion. Now, it was the fool from the tortoise pavilion. It would be difficult for him not to become famous now. He would definitely become famous in the 3 main planes. In extreme anger, the unfettered one raised his head and roared. The aura around his body surged and surged. However, at this moment, his appearance was too horrible to look at. Although the injuries he suffered were not painful at all, his hair stood up, and his face was as black as a ghost. He suddenly raised his arms and roared to the sky. Anyone who saw him would think that there must be something wrong with his brain. Alas! Another peerless genius has been suppressed. Even his brain has been damaged by the lightning. How sad, how lamentable. On the ground below, Gong Wuxin and the other human heavenly legends looked at each other and sighed. On the top of the mountain in the distance, Fairy Inxia frowned slightly. Although she had vaguely guessed this result, when it really happened, she was still a little disappointed. This guy is really so freakish. Is no one strong enough to suppress him? Chapter 3369. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. A wolf-like weapon. God, what did I just see? Another peerless genius of the human race has been suppressed? In just one day, more than half of the 4 peerless geniuses of the human race have been killed by one person. Who can stop the rise of young Master Linghu? The reputation of the Carefree Pavilion has been ruined, even worse than that of Fairy Inxia. The reputation of the idiot of the Spinning Top Pavilion and the idiot of the Tortoise Pavilion is destined to spread throughout the 3 universes. Nobody can stop him. Yes, yes, yes. He is going to be famous. I want to be struck by lightning. Sigh, I didn't lose unjustly. Young Master Linghu's shapeless thunderbolt divine ability is too abnormal. With the speed of lightning, it strikes down invisibly. Even heavenly gods can't avoid it. That's right. This technique is the best for sneaky people. It's perfect for someone as thick-skinned as young Master Linghu. It's tailor-made for him. Not to mention those at the peak of the 9th level of the mystic light realm, even those in the universe would be struck a few times. Although it wouldn't hurt them, their hair would be blown up and their image would be ruined. So, this young Master Linghu has to be careful of those in the 15th level of the universe, right? My brother is so powerful. As unfettered Z was struck by several invisible spiritual thunderbolts, He used his heavenly feet magical ability and instantly dodged far away. Outside the space trap Great Array, the masters of starry sky from various top families and forces were in an uproar. For a moment, there was a lot of discussion, and the entire void was noisy. It was also at this moment that the devilish flame aura that had enveloped a small space where the two peerless blades had clashed finally dissipated slightly, and the situation inside could be vaguely seen. On the other side, the battle had already been decided. Apart from relying on the barrier breaker boots to move around, the unfettered one could only stretch out his neck and let the lightning strike him. There was no suspense. Even if he won in the end, it would be an unfair victory. There was nothing worth seeing. However, the result of the two peerless blades' collision was more exciting. The masters in the universe were nervous again, and they all looked over. At the same time, in the space inside the Shinnon cauldron, where the battle was taking place in the sky, clang. Screech, the second sound of metal clashing rang out, followed closely by the howl of the withered demon Bloodblade. However, the unfettered one's scarlet blood beheader remained silent from beginning to end. In the next moment, the monstrous demonic flames that had already enveloped this small area of the void suddenly surged again. From within it, a blood-red light shot out and shot towards the direction where the unfettered one stood. It was the red blood slash. What was strange was that in just a few seconds, the originally fierce and boundless crimson blood beheader, at this moment, even the blood-red demonic flames that endlessly wrapped around the blade had dimmed by half. Although the blade was not damaged, its aura had declined too much. Clearly, in this battle of the unrivaled fierce blade crown, it had lost a lot of its power. Screech read translation subsequently, within the monstrous devil flames that enveloped a small area of space, the ferocious withered devil blood blade chased after him with a bang. Its aura surged, and it was even more powerful than before. The black and red devil flames that poured out from the ferocious blade were actually like a large river that hung in the sky, and its vast and majestic aura was dazzling. Buzz! The crimson blood slash instantly shot out violently and returned to the unfettered one, and it circled above the unfettered one while emitting a weak droning sound. It seemed to be telling something, and it was completely different from its boundlessly ferocious aura from before. It was like a naughty child had finally encountered an even more ferocious little demon king, and it was beaten into fear. What? A small half of his slaughter origin energy was sucked away? In the air 50 kilometers away, Carefree's roar sounded out. His entire body went berserk. He actually jumped in the air, raised his hand, and pointed towards Yi Xian as he cursed, "Ling Hu Chong, what the hell is your battle weapon? What happened to the fair battle? What happened to the battle between weapons? Why did you play dirty? You are actually eating while fighting. You have absorbed almost half of the origin of slaughter that I have accumulated with great difficulty. This. You are really jackals of the same tribe. Both the master and the weapon are like this. Why did you play dirty? Ah." At the end of his speech, the unfettered one raised his head and roared madly again. On the ground below, Wu Chunzi, Gong Wuxin, and the other human heavenly talents looked at each other speechlessly. They shook their heads and sighed. "Sigh, if this continues, I'm afraid we will really be driven crazy." There was an uproar in the void around the void trap formation. They were more or less mentally prepared for Yi Xian suppressing the unfettered one. After all, there was the precedent of Fairy Yin Xia, and this was not the first time that Yi Xian had used his spiritual thunder technique. Its effect was obvious to all. Therefore, the experts of the starry sky were not surprised that the unfettered one was almost suppressed. However, the fact that the scarlet blood slash was so thoroughly defeated and was actually beaten to the point where it turned around and fled left them dumbstruck. I'm really speechless. The unfettered pavilion's master was completely defeated. He was beaten to the point of running away, and so was his weapon. How could he have the nerve to say that young Master Ling Hu and his weapon were the same? His side is clearly the same, okay? Ha ha ha. That's right. The only difference is that the idiot of the spinning top pavilion and his weapon are both idiots. They ran away after a fight. What a perfect match. The withered demon blood blade? It's so powerful. A divine weapon of the same level, and one that originated from the primordial era, was actually beaten to the point where it turned around and fled. Young Master Ling Hu is truly amazing, to be able to personally refine such a demonic blade in the present age. While fighting, it's able to absorb the origin of slaughter accumulated in the opponent's divine weapon. Who dares to use a magic weapon to fight against such an invincible weapon? Every collision will suck a small amount of the slaughter origin. If this happens a few more times, the magic weapon will be destroyed. Too shameless, too despicable. But, why do I like it so much? If only I could have such a vicious weapon. It would be invincible. Once it is used, the opponent will not dare to throw their magic weapons. They will immediately put them away, like guarding against a wolf. Just looking at it is addicting. That's right. Isn't this invincible vicious weapon the nature of a wolf? Greedy and vicious, too amazing. The outside world was in an uproar, but the battlefield in the Shinong Cauldron was quiet at this moment. The unfettered master was still standing in the void 100 miles away. His image was terrible. He gritted his teeth and stared fiercely at Yi Xian, but he did not continue to rush forward. There was no way to continue this battle. The opponent's method was too shameless. On the human side, there was an invisible lightning that struck him. On the other side, the divine weapon was even worse. It had only been 2 attacks, but it had absorbed half of the slaughter origin of the scarlet blood slash. Before a solution was found, it was clear that the more they fought, the more they would die. How about it? Do you admit defeat? If you admit defeat, immediately admit defeat. You know what I mean. Chapter 3370. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. The Bet no one knew what Yi Xian meant by asking him to admit defeat, but Unfettered One understood. Even Fairy Yin Xia, who was standing at the peak of the mountain in the distance, understood. Once one admitted defeat, it meant that one admitted defeat in this competitive mission and was willing to accept the consequences. At that time, what he would lose was not only the exchange item that he had paid for in the system exchange shop, but also some kind of opportunity and good fortune in the future. Whether it was Yi Xian, Fairy Yin Xia, or even Unfettered One, none of them knew what the final goal of the devouring system in their bodies was. But no one wanted to reach that step before the system in their body was branded with the source code of another system that represented a subordinate relationship. That would be too passive. No matter what kind of situation they would face in the future, this kind of subordinate brand would become a restriction, a hidden danger. Therefore, unless he had no other choice, Unfettered One would never admit defeat so easily. If Fairy Yin Xia could not bear the torture of being slapped by Yi Xian in public, she would not have let go so easily. However, this trick was obviously useless against Unfettered One. He was a man. Not to mention being slapped, even if one took off his pants and used a knife to stab him, it might not be enough to make him yield. Moreover, he had a pair of primordial treasure level barrier breaker boots on his feet. The mighty god was indeed extraordinary. It could actually perform teleportation in the internal space of the Shinong Cauldron and ignore the restrictions of the internal field of the cauldron. It was not an exaggeration to say that if he wanted to leave, Yi Xian would not be able to stop him at all. Thinking of this, Yi Xian suddenly had a big headache. If the other party did not admit defeat, not to mention temporarily not having any means, even if he did, would he be able to capture him alive? This guy was simply a loach. Even if he could not beat him, he could still escape. He was too difficult to deal with. Depressed, Yi Xian frowned and could not help but fall into deep thought. At this moment, Unfettered One, who was hundreds of miles away in the void, sneered, "Admit defeat? You actually have the nerve to say such words. Ling Huchong, you should raise your hand and touch it to see if your face is still there. In my opinion, the one who should admit defeat is clearly you." At this point, Ling Huchong sneered arrogantly and continued, "Although this battle ended in a hurry, did you really defeat me? My battle prowess is not damaged at all. It's just that your methods are too sinister, and even your divine weapon is the same. I haven't thought of a way to deal with you yet, so I'm temporarily calling a truce." Once I think of a countermeasure, I will definitely suppress you. My only worry is that you won't be able to wait until then. Once the Heaven Battle Emperor clan's old ancestor Zhan Tu returns, you will definitely be suppressed. Although your Shenong cauldron is also a precious treasure from the primordial era, it is not a treasure that focuses on the power of formations but on the refining of medicines. Since Fairy Inxia and I can enter, do you think that the so-called old friend that Zhan Tu personally invited can't enter? Even if we took advantage of the opportunity to escape in advance before they returned, we have no chance now. The space trapping formation outside the cauldron has been completely sealed. Apart from me, no one can leave easily. Even Fairy Inxia, although she can easily enter your Shenong cauldron, it is absolutely not easy for her to rush out of the space trapping formation. She will have to pay a great price. Don't forget that there are still a large number of Starry Sky Masters outside the Void Trap Grand Array eyeing you covetously like a tiger watching its prey. By the time you exhausted all your strength to rush out of the Void Trap Grand Array with great difficulty, before you could catch your breath, endless attacks had already enveloped you. So, this time, no matter what, you have no hope of surviving. In that case, it's better to just admit defeat. In the end, Zayayozi finally said the core meaning of his words. His expression softened a little, and his tone softened a little. Anyway, you can't escape the fate of death or being suppressed in the end. Today, you and I can meet and fight, which is a kind of fate. Just admit defeat and end this good karma with me before you die. What do you think? Fate your sister. Who said I'm going to be suppressed and die? Yi Xian finally understood. After all this time, this brat was just trying to take advantage of the situation. He wanted to persuade Yi Xian to accept his fate and give him good luck for free. Yi Xian didn't like this kind of scheming, smiling tiger the most. He immediately became angry and pointed his finger at Xiaoyao, who was 50 kilometers away, and scolded, "You're so shameless, you actually want to take advantage of me for nothing. You even said such good words, and even said such *t words like meeting a battle is fate. This young master is extremely suspicious that you are a bald donkey that escaped from some broken temple. Otherwise, why would you swindle me under the banner of good karma?" Pooh! In the distance, Zayayozi's face turned purple. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood again. However, before Yi Xian could finish his words, he suddenly thought of something. He raised his head and glanced at the silver light curtain in the sky. With a flash of light in his eyes, he looked at Gong Wuxin on the ground below and shouted, "Hey, Gong Wuxin, remove that damn light curtain. Those old bastards outside have been peeping for so long. It's time for them to take a break. I don't want to see needles in their eyes." As soon as he said that, the people outside the Void Trap formation were cursing like a tide. Everyone was called bastards by him. The big ones were bastards, the small ones were little bastards, and the old ones were old bastards. His mouth was too vicious. It was supposed to be a grand gathering of experts, but what had become of it now? A meeting of bastards? This was intolerable. In the midst of the cursing, all the experts in the starry sky were eager to enter the Void Trap formation. As soon as the people inside came out, they would immediately vent their anger. After all, young Master Linghu suddenly asked Gong Wuxin to remove the crystal ball mirage technique. He would definitely take action. If there was no accident, he would most likely escape. Yi Xian was unaware of all this. At this moment, after seeing Gong Wuxin remove the silver light curtain in the sky as he said, he continued, "Isn't it just a void trap formation outside? I don't care about it at all. If you want to leave, you can leave at any time. Do you really think that those lousy boots on your feet can ignore the sealing power of the formation? I have a similar method, and I don't need to rely on magical weapons. It's my own magical power, which is more magical and faster. If you don't believe me, why don't we make a bet? You want to take advantage of a ready-made opportunity. Why can't I? However, I am open and aboveboard, unlike you who play tricks. I will use an open scheme. Let's see if you dare to accept it." Speaking of this, Yi Xian grinned and glanced at Xiaoyao Zi from the corner of his eyes. Then he continued, "There will be a winner between you and me. Since this battle can't continue, why don't we make a bet? Aren't you confident that you can enter and exit the formation outside with ease with those lousy boots on your feet? Chapter 3371. Chapter 3371. Chapter 3371. A bunch of tigers blocking the door. Hearing Yi Xian's suggestion, the unfettered one frowned and began to think quickly. He now had a deep understanding of how difficult it was to deal with Yi Xian. However, this bet was indeed an open scheme. The unfettered one pondered for a while but did not find anything wrong with it. Therefore, after a moment of hesitation, he immediately nodded and agreed. Immediately, the notifications of their respective systems rang in their minds at the same time. Although this bet was between Yi Xian and the unfettered one, it was related to the outcome of the devouring systems in their bodies. Therefore, all of this was done under the witness of the two systems and even formed a system contract. There was no possibility of any tricks at all. Because of this, the unfettered one was completely relieved. When the system confirmed that the bet was established, a cold smile appeared on his face. He glanced at Yi Xian and said proudly, "You're courting death, so don't blame me. The bet has been established. When shall we begin? Don't worry, I won't take advantage of you. When the time comes, I'll walk out of this cauldron with you. This is only fair. Unfortunately, you're destined to have no chance of winning. Even if I let you leave first, you won't win. Keep bragging. Keep bragging, there's no hurry. Anyway, this young master has plenty of time. Since I'm going to leave, I have to deal with the affairs in this cauldron." Yi Xian curled his lips and glanced at the unfettered one. As he spoke, he pressed his body down and landed on the ground. This young master still has to put away this cauldron after leaving this place. I also have to deal with the interference and attacks of the various forces and aristocratic families outside. Speaking of which, there are quite a lot of things to do before breaking the formation and escaping. You have nothing to do and can leave as soon as you go out. You've taken advantage of this bet." The unfettered one frowned. Although he did not say anything, he vaguely felt a sense of uneasiness in his heart. Everything Yi Xian said was true. This bet seemed to be fair, but in fact, it was not. Once the unfettered one and Yi Xian walked out of the Shenong cauldron and appeared in the void trap formation outside the cauldron, the two of them would face a different situation instantly. Yi Xian was encumbered by many firms and his movements were restricted. He could not immediately use his means to escape from the void trap formation. In fact, he was indeed at a disadvantage. But since Yi Xian had already realized all of this, why did he still take the initiative to propose this bet as if nothing had happened? Even though the carefree master was unable to come to a conclusion after pondering for a while, the uneasy feeling in his heart became even stronger because of this. He had already been secretly paying attention to this matter and had increased his vigilance in order to guard against any trickery. "Are you all ready?" Yi Xian did not pay attention to the unfettered one. After landing, he immediately looked at Gong Wuxin, Wu Chenzi, and the other prisoners of the human race, as well as Medusa and the other prisoners of the alien race. He spread his hands and said, "Originally, I wanted to use you as a protective talisman in my hand so that those old bastards outside would not dare to attack me. I could use this to buy time. After I get out of here, I can put away the cauldron and break through by force. But now, this young master suddenly changed his mind, so you are free. Later, everyone can leave. Remember, everyone, including this young master and that idiot in the distance, rush out of the 9-colored sky curtain at the same time. I will say it directly. The reason for this is that this young master just hopes that you can at least play a role in disrupting the situation, so that I can fish in troubled waters and take advantage of the chaos to escape. Of course, if you don't want to leave, you can stay in this cauldron. After this young master escapes, I will let you out. As for the 8 great Vajras, don't even think about leaving. The families behind you did not pay the ransom. For the next 100 years, you will be my men. As for you," at the end of his words, Yi Xian seemed to suddenly think of something. He turned his head and looked at the peak of a mountain in a certain direction in the distance. He rolled his eyes and said, "Fierce girl, in a moment, you will also rush out with us." This young master does not keep idle people in this young master's territory. This young master does not have the luck to enjoy such a fierce style of yours. The previous title of servant girl is cancelled. Fairy Inxia was so angry that she clenched her silver teeth, but she did not reply with a cold snort. She had already decided in her heart that she would not be affected by Yi Xian's words. She could see that this guy was a bastard. If she was easily angered, she would not survive more than 3 days by his side. She would definitely be angered to death. 100 miles away, Xiao Zi, who was standing in the void for a long time, showed a look of understanding on his face, but a trace of contempt slowly outlined at the corner of his mouth. After listening to Yi Xian's words, he finally understood his plan. It turned out that he wanted to fish in troubled waters and take advantage of the chaos to escape. How naive and childish. At the same time, in the void around the Shenong cauldron, the experts of the various top families, forces, and sects in the human clan camp were quickly rushing toward the space-trapping formation, including the alien allied forces from various clans in the second universe. More than a dozen elders of various clans in the second universe had all appeared. With ferocious expressions on their faces, they rushed toward a temporarily open passage of the formation. The silver light curtain formed by the crystal ball mirage technique suddenly disappeared, which made all the forces in the outside world instantly pay attention to it. They felt that young Master Linghu had started to take action and was preparing to escape. After all, the Heaven and Earth ancestor, Zhan Tu, who was in the 15th realm of the Heaven Battle Emperor clan, had left for some time and was most likely going to return. At that time, the two powerful figures of the Heaven and Earth ancestor would be together, and they would most likely be able to directly enter the giant star cauldron. Even if young Master Linghu had 10 conditions, it was not enough to play with. If he wanted to live, he had to escape before that. However, it was obviously impossible for him to rush out of the giant star cauldron at will. He would most likely break through the formation directly. Some people thought that he would take the captured heavens prides of the human clan and the 8 alien young masters, such as Medusa, as hostages and leave with them. Some people also thought that he might reach some kind of agreement with Fairy Inxia or even Xiao Zi, and let these two people take him to break out of the encirclement. After all, before the silver light curtain formed by the crystal ball mirage technique disappeared, young Master Linghu was talking to Xiao Zi across the void. Now that the silver light curtain was temporarily removed, what he was going to say next, which was not convenient for the outside world to know, would most likely be related to Xiao Zi. It was precisely because of this that a large number of experts of the starry sky who had entered the space-trapping formation at this moment had basically listed Xiao Zi as the most important target in their hearts. As soon as he rushed out of the giant star cauldron, he would immediately become the focus of attention. The reason why Zhan Yi agreed to temporarily open a formation passage for all the experts of the starry sky who wanted to enter was because the elders from the Federation of the Second Universe strongly requested it. They were worried that young Master Linghu or Xiao Zi would quickly escape after rushing out of the giant star cauldron. At that time, they would not be able to determine which direction the other party would choose to break through. It would be too passive, so it was better to enter the formation first and surround the mouth of the giant star cauldron. Then, there would be no need to worry. That was why there was such a request. They wanted to be the tiger in the door, and it was a group of them. Chapter 3372. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Time Limit. 3 breaths. With the opening of this temporary passage, a large number of strong men of the starry sky entered the space-trapping formation. Basically, all the big forces, powerful families, and sects present were included. Every force sent some strong men to enter, all of whom were above the Tao Insight realm. The total number of people was close to 1,000. Among them, there were even existences of the 12th realm, the Void realm, and the 13th realm, the Genesis realm. For example, the dozen or so elders from the various races of the Second Universe Federation were basically all Void realm and Genesis realm cultivators. However, Zhan Yi of the Void clan of the Heavenly War Empire did not enter the array. After nearly 1,000 strong men of the starry sky entered, he immediately ordered the temporary passage that had just been opened to be closed again. The entire space trap array was completely sealed again. This was a double insurance. If the nearly 1,000 strong men who entered the array could not stop young Master Linghu, at least there was another space trap array that had been completely sealed. Even if he cooperated with Xiao Yaozi, who had the barrier-breaking boots, this array and the strong men in the array could delay their escape to a certain extent. During this time, more strong men of the starry sky and a large number of battleships outside the array would be ready. Once someone broke through the array and rushed out, they would suppress him immediately. In the meantime, on a certain remote star path that was only 10 minutes away from the space where the space trapping array was located, a small fortress 50,000 meters in diameter that had been activated with a stealth array was approaching quickly without a sound. This was the small fortress that came from the demon star area of the first universe. It was guarded by Imo Qigong, the uncle of the demon tribe. In addition, there was a high-level leader from the Tianji clan, the overlord of the first universe. Zhua Fengtai, the demon slave of Yi Xian and the former commander of the demon mosquito tribe, was also in the fortress. However, his identity had not been exposed yet. Although Zhang Wuji was Prince Xian of the human clan's immortal dynasty, which was no longer a secret in the first universe, Zhua Fengtai's identity as a demon slave had never been exposed. In another direction, in an even more distant part of the galaxy, two figures were moving side by side, crossing the void with their physical bodies. Their speed was not the slightest bit slower than the starry sky fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters. These two figures had powerful auras and were both universe realm experts of the 15th level. One of them was the Heaven Battle Emperor race's ancestor Zhan Tu. The other person was also a man, around 60 or so, with a white face and no facial hair, not even eyebrows. He had triangular eyes, and his pupils flickered with a ruthless and feminine light. This person was called Ancestor Eyebrowless. He was a supervoid loose cultivator, but because he was proficient in studying arrays, he was one of the few remaining array masters of the human race's science and technology faction, so he was highly valued. Although he was a rogue cultivator, even Zhan Tu, the ancestor of the Heaven Battle Emperor tribe, had to pay him a visit personally to show his respect. At this moment, Zhan Tu and Ancestor Wu Mei were also rushing toward the void where the void trap formation was located. However, because they were still too far away, it would take them at least half a day to get there, no matter how fast they were. Shinong Cauldron, the space within the cauldron. Yi Xian was ready to take action at any time. In fact, he had nothing to prepare at all. Basically, he was waiting for Gong Wuxin, Wu Chenzi, and the other heavenly talents of the human race, as well as Medusa and the other alien race young masters. Except for the 8 great Vajras, these guys all decided to leave, including the purplish warbler, Duan Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru. As they were about to part ways again, Yi Xian secretly sent a sound transmission to the 3 girls and had a brief conversation. As for Fairy Inxia, she had also made it clear that as long as Yi Xian and Zai left, she would also leave. Although she had been eliminated, the result of the bet between Yi Xian and Zai was closely related to her. Fairy Inxia had to witness the whole process before she could rest assured and be satisfied. You all came here together and entered the space inside the cauldron, but the 8 of you are really extraordinarily lucky. Everyone jumped into the sky and waited for Yi Xian to open the field inside the Shinong cauldron. Then, they immediately rushed out of the cauldron. Yi Xian also jumped up. Before he left, he looked down at the 8 great Vajras on the ground and nodded. Remember what I said just now. Years later, you will feel lucky and proud because of this. Yi Xian was quite satisfied with these 8 guys. In the beginning, they were no different from Gong Wuxin, Wu Chenzi, and the others. They only came to hunt. Even when they were captured by Yi Xian and were casually appointed as the captive camp supervisors and given the title of 8 great Vajras, these 8 guys were reluctant at that time. They had no choice but to accept this job. But after that, at some point in time, Yi Xian gradually couldn't see that unwillingness in their expressions and eyes. He had used his impressive battle achievements to shock all of the human clan's younger generation geniuses that had entered the cauldron. However, because of this, only the 8 great guardian deities respected him and thought highly of him. Yi Xian happened to feel that he indeed needed a few followers like them to deal with trivial matters behind the scenes, so he made the decision to serve them for 100 years. Of course, this was only a superficial statement. The 8 great Vajras were sincerely attached to him. Not to mention 100 years, even if it was 1,000 years or 10,000 years, they might not necessarily leave. Because Yi Xian's words at this moment were equivalent to a tactful hint, be at ease and do your job diligently. Because in the future, you will be bestowed with good fortune. Are you all ready? After 10 breaths, the power field of this cauldron will be opened. However, it will only last for 3 breaths. Everyone must rush out within these 3 breaths. Retracting his gaze from the 8 great Vajras, Yi Xian expressionlessly glanced at Xiaoyao Zi, Inxia Fairy, Gong Wuxin, Medusa, and the others who were standing in the sky like him. Finally, his gaze fell on Gong Wuxin, Wuchen Zi, Chou Doufu, Yu Xianlong, and the other 4 outstanding cultivators. He warned them, you'd better not play any tricks. I just want to take advantage of the chaos when everyone rushes out at the same time to escape. It won't do you any harm. But if anyone wants to spoil this young master's good fortune and deliberately delay, after 3 breaths, not only will the power field of this cauldron be sealed again, but the 9-colored dense atmosphere above the cauldron will also turn into a sea of fire. At that time, whether it is staying in the 9-colored atmosphere or in the vicinity of the atmosphere, it will be instantly burned into ashes. Do as you see fit. Take care. After he finished speaking, the 10 breaths time was up. Yi Xian's eyes flashed and he suddenly shouted, now. Go. Chapter 3373. What a big hole. In the void of the space trap great array. In the central territory, the Shinong treasure cauldron, which was like a giant star, was quietly suspended in the void. Above the cauldron that was spewing out a large amount of 9-colored mist, there were nearly 1,000 figures of starry sky powerhouses standing in a circle, surrounding the cauldron. Among them were more than a dozen Void Realm Masters and even Genesis Realm Old Monsters from the Federation of the Second Universe. Everyone was focused, not daring to relax in the slightest. They stared closely at the huge cauldron where the 9-colored mist was rolling, ready to attack at any time. Xiao! Xiao xiao. It was also at this moment, along with a faint sound of breaking through the air, a large number of figures rushed out from the rolling 9-colored mist at the mouth of the cauldron. In just 2 seconds, more than 200 figures appeared. Among them was young Master Linghu. All the starry sky powerhouses around the cauldron were shocked, and their eyes flashed. The dozen powerful elders from the Federation of the Second Universe all sneered coldly. However, before they could do anything, Yi Xian, who had just appeared, waved his hand and took the Shinong treasure cauldron into his body. Then, his figure flickered, and he turned into a streak of light that shot towards Xiaoyao Zi, who was not far away. He shouted loudly, "Old friend, it's all up to you now. As long as you can take this young master out of here, I'll fulfill all my promises." At this time, Xiaoyao Zi had just rushed out of the cauldron, and his figure just appeared. After seeing the situation outside, his shoulders shook slightly, and he was about to run in a direction and rush out of the range of this array as soon as possible. In this way, the bet was considered a win. Suddenly hearing Yi Xian say such words, Xiaoyao Zi's heart skipped a beat, and his whole person was not good in an instant. His figure suddenly stagnated like a conditioned reflex, and he turned his head to look in the direction of the voice. At the same time, Yi Xian, who had turned into a beam of light, just happened to be close to Xiaoyao Zi. He was only a few dozen meters away. However, at this moment, the stream of brilliance that his body had transformed into unexpectedly disappeared in the blink of an eye, as if it had been absorbed into a space magic treasure that could accommodate living things. All the aura related to it had completely disappeared in the void of this array domain. Xiaoyao Zi's mind suddenly exploded, and his face changed instantly. Vaguely, he had roughly guessed the truth. Although he didn't know how Yi Xian did it, he was sure that this guy was still nearby, but he dug a big hole to bury him. This was simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone, because in this way, the 1,000 or so starry sky powerhouses that were eyeing him covetously would completely lock onto him, while young Master Linghu would be able to quietly and calmly leave. Not only would he be able to escape safely, but he would also win the bet. Although he had the barrier breaker boots, if he was besieged and trapped by nearly 1,000 powerful starry sky masters, he would be delayed for a while even if his means were heaven-defying. Since young Master Ling Hu had such a plan, how could he not have a plan to break out of the array after this period of time? Everything had been planned out long ago. He had followed the order step by step. In the end, he still jumped into the huge sinkhole that he had dug. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Unfettered One's face instantly darkened, and then it instantly turned green, because nearly 1,000 starry sky masters who were eyeing him covetously in the void around him had already moved at the same time, swarming towards him like a swarm of bees. Among them, there were even more than a dozen elders from various races of the Federation of the Second Universe, all of whom were Void and Genesis realm existences. At this moment, their eyes were red because of the monstrous resentment in their chests. They gritted their teeth and rushed over with a grin. Sure enough, as expected, I knew that the moth must have come from you, brat. Humph, humph, just because you have a pair of broken leather boots on your feet, you really ignored this old man and the others? Today, I will definitely blow your stupid hat off. That's right, you dare to join forces with that little bastard Ling Hu Chong and become enemies with us. Today, you have angered everyone. If you don't hand over the person immediately, you will definitely become a real fool of the spinning top pavilion. Don't talk nonsense with him, suppress him immediately. This boy is a tortoise, and a tortoise at that. Everyone, watch him closely, don't let him take advantage of any loopholes. Xiao! Xiao xiao, rumble. With a series of furious roars, the nearly 1,000 starry sky masters all rushed toward Xiao Zi, and at the same time, they summoned all kinds of magic weapons. The sound of breaking through the air was endless, and in the blink of an eye, they submerged Xiao Zi, whose face was green. Ah, puff. F***ck your sister, what a big trap. Amidst the dazzling brilliance of the magic treasure, the Unfettered One's furious and miserable howl could be heard. It was accompanied by a puffing sound as if he was coughing up blood. It was unknown whether he was injured by the attack or spat it out in anger. These guys were too unscrupulous. The truth of the matter had not been figured out yet, but they directly attacked him without any reason. Not only that, but they even said such sensitive words as dumb head and top head in public. It should be known that in the surrounding void outside the space trap array, there were still more starry sky masters and battleships watching from the sidelines. This scene and these words must have spread through the starry sky network. Xiao Zi would never be able to get rid of the stigma of tortoise and fool of the spinning top pavilion in this life. His name had already spread throughout the 3 main planes, and his name had become famous both inside and outside the universe. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact, it all happened in a short period of time. From the time they rushed out of the space inside the Shenong giant cauldron until now, it had only been less than 10 breaths. The change was too fast, and the reversal was too shocking. Gong Wuxin, Wuchen Zi, and the other Heaven's Pride's prisoners of the human race, as well as the little princess of the colorful Python clan, Medusa, and the other alien race masters, were all dumbfounded at this moment. They stood in the void with their mouths wide open, as if they had encountered a living ghost. Gong Wuxin, Wuchen Zi, Chou Doufu, Yu Xianlong, and the other 4 outstanding cultivators looked at each other in horror. They did have a plan before. As soon as they rushed out of the Shenong giant cauldron, they immediately shouted that Yi Xian wanted to take advantage of the chaos to escape. But now, they realized how ridiculous they were. Although this young Master Ling Hu's methods were shameless, they couldn't help but sigh in admiration. He played everyone in the palm of his hand. Xiao Zi was the best example. He was probably going to explode from anger. Even Fairy Yin Xia, who was caught off guard, was shocked by this change. Xiao Zi didn't even have a chance to explain before his whole body was enveloped by the overwhelming brilliance of the magical treasures. He was completely trapped. After being stunned for a few seconds, she suddenly sighed faintly. Then, she shook her head and smiled bitterly. His innate talent is amazing, and he has a fortuitous encounter that even I am envious of. Inside his body, not only did it evolve to the intermediate level, it even evolved to the intermediate level. In addition, he has unpredictable schemes and methods that are impossible to guard against. Is this young Master Linghu really going to defy the heavens? Chapter 3374. This venerable's hatred, ah, you bunch of old bastards, you're even stupider than pigs. This venerable hates, ah, amidst the dazzling brilliance of the magic treasures that covered the heavens and the earth, the unfettered one was on the verge of going mad with rage, and he was on the verge of exploding from rage. Curses frequently sounded out, and there were even more meaningless howls and howls mixed in with them. It was obvious how bad his mood was at this moment. Carefree Z had the barrier breaker boots, which could even ignore the field of the space trap great array. He could come and go as he pleased as if he was taking a stroll in the park. However, at this moment, there were too many starry sky masters around him. There were almost 1,000 of them. The lowest realm among them was the 10th great realm, the Grotto Heaven realm. Among them, there were more than a dozen existences in the 12th and 13th great realms. There were also countless magical treasures that were shining with all kinds of brilliance. The dazzling light was so bright that it almost blinded the unfettered one's eyes. Under such circumstances, even if unfettered Z stimulated the power of the barrier breaker boots on his feet to the extreme, or even overloaded it, he could no longer calmly leave. His entire body was firmly trapped, and he could only constantly wander around this small area of space formed by nearly 1,000 starry sky masters to avoid the attacks that shot towards him again and again. He'd even activated the crimson blood slash that he'd absorbed into his body, and it transformed into a blood-colored rainbow that spiraled endlessly around his body to form a layer of defense. Even so, he was still injured in a short time. He was severely wounded, spitting blood, and his head was smashed into a pig's head. In fact, not all of the nearly 1,000 starry sky masters had taken action. Most of the powerhouses just surrounded the area to prevent unfettered one from escaping. Even if there were a few other powerhouses who took action, they basically used their own offensive magic treasures to bombard him from a certain distance. Only the dozen or so elders from the various races of the Federation of the Second Universe, due to the deep resentment in their hearts, did not care about their identities and personally rushed into this place, which was surrounded by more than 1,000 powerhouses of the starry sky, where not even a drop of water could pass through. In the eyes of these dozen or so old men of foreign races, young Master Linghu was already unable to escape. Since he couldn't leave, then young Master Linghu, who had been put into a storage magic treasure that could accommodate life forms, was naturally a turtle in a jar. After suppressing young Master Linghu, they would have plenty of time to slowly train him. It was precisely because of this that all the Xenorace elders relaxed. At this moment, instead of saying that they were suppressing the unfettered one, it could be said that they were teasing him. It was completely like a game of cat and mouse, and they frequently emanated sounds of ridicule and ridicule. Little bastard, who were you scolding just now? Why did he stop scolding? Is your mouth swollen and you can't make a sound? Ha ha ha, aren't you the little idiot from Wangbago? Don't you know how to retreat? Don't say that this group of old men bullied you. If you have the ability, then pull back your idiot hat. Immediately hand over the storage magic treasure that little bastard Linghu Chong is hiding in, and we can consider letting you go. It's just a light punishment. Seeing that you're a peerless genius of the human race, we won't take your life. Don't make a mistake. This is not a joke. We are all elders of the various races, not clowns from the top pavilion. We have no interest in playing with you. Hand over the person immediately. The dozen or so old men were all old void monsters above the 12th level. At this moment, with a large number of magic treasures attacking young Master Linghu together, the result was obvious. Although young Master Linghu was known as one of the 4 peerless geniuses of the human race, the difference in cultivation was too great. He was only at the peak of the 9th level of the mystic light realm, so he was destined to be crushed. In the face of all this, no matter how angry young Master Linghu was, it was useless. His heart was like a mirror. At this time, no one would believe him. Unless he stopped resisting and opened up his spiritual sea for others to search. But that was tantamount to destroying his reputation. In fact, even if he explained, it was unacceptable to young Master Linghu. This group of old men was not a good thing. Why should he show weakness to them and beg for mercy? It was also not beneficial to the reputation of young Master Linghu. He would be laughed at afterwards, and would never be able to walk in the galaxy again. Because of this, although young Master Linghu was furious, he did not say a word of surrender. He either roared at the sky or scolded loudly without any explanation. At the same time, he also divided his attention to secretly observe the development of the situation, looking for an opportunity to escape. However, this reaction fell into the eyes of all the starry sky powerhouses inside and outside the space trap array, which was no different from tacit consent. It further confirmed the guess that he and young Master Linghu had joined forces. Therefore, even if the starry sky powerhouses had some other guesses in their hearts at this moment, they all put aside the doubts in their hearts and no longer paid attention to other areas. All their attention was locked on young Master Linghu, who was shrouded in the brilliance of a large number of magic treasures. In this way, it was even more advantageous for Yi Xian to escape. At this moment, Yi Xian had already retreated to a distance, but because the array had been completely sealed, there was no way in or out. So, he was still within the array, but he was at the edge, far away from the right and wrong. All of this was part of Yi Xian's plan. Now that his spirit source core had reached level 7, with the support of his level 7 mind power, his perfect oscillation spirit skill was far superior to before. Previously, when Yi Xian had used the perfect oscillation spirit skill to hide his body and hide all of his aura, it was very likely that he would be seen through by someone with a cultivation level above the heavenly passage realm. But now, unless a universe realm expert from the 15th Great Passage realm came, Yi Xian was 100% confident that he could hide from anyone. Because of this, as soon as he had put the Shinong cauldron into his body, he had immediately rushed over to Unfettered Z and shouted those suggestive words. His goal had been to mislead and draw the attention of everyone inside and outside the array to Unfettered Z. This way, on the one hand, it would reduce the chances of Unfettered Z coming out of the array and winning the bet. On the other hand, it would also increase the chances of Yi Xian calmly waiting on one side and waiting for an opportunity to calmly walk out of the array. Right now, he was waiting at the edge of the void inside the array. Once the passage opened, he would be able to leave immediately. Of course, if he really wanted to leave, Yi Xian had a faster and more direct method. He could activate his universal bit jump ability and escape in an instant. However, Yi Xian didn't want to make this choice. On one hand, he wanted to avoid exposing this method. On the other hand, he didn't want to leave immediately. After his bet with Unfettered Z was over, Yi Xian would still have a free exchange item in the system exchange store for him to choose from. This was a rare opportunity, so how could Yi Xian miss it? At the same time, the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru shouted at the top of their lungs. Zhang Yi, who was outside the space trapping array, finally opened a temporary passage to the array at a location far away from the void where Unfettered Z was trapped. Chapter 3375. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. It was heartbreaking how stupid they were. The purplish warbler and Duanmu Xiaocha were secretly helping Yi Xian. They shouted and asked Zhang Yi, who was in charge of the operation of the formation, to open a temporary passage and let them out. As for Gong Wuxin, Wuchen Zi, and the other 200 or so human heavenly legends, although they all looked like they were constipated, none of them uttered a single word. The 8 young masters from the Federation of the Second Universe immediately rolled their eyes. Medusa, the little princess of the colored python clan, was so angry that she puffed up her cheeks and muttered in a low voice, "Sure enough, they are all in this together." What happened today was a trap from beginning to end. Unfortunately, no matter how unwilling they were, the 8 of them did not dare to make a sound. Young Master Linghu was lying in ambush nearby, so they did not dare to provoke him. Soon, a space tunnel opened on a formation screen far away from the place where Unfettered Z was trapped. More than 200 young geniuses from the 2 universes, including Fairy Yin Xia, dashed into the tunnel. However, in reality, the first person to enter this temporary passageway was Yi Xian. He immediately approached at an extremely fast speed, and with a flash of his body, he charged in. After that, he left the void trapping formation and appeared in the void of the galaxy outside. Almost at the same time, the familiar sound of the system notification rang in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The system's competitive mission is completed. The host's reward is to choose any exchange item from the other party's system exchange store. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The system's competitive mission is completed. The host's reward is to unconditionally copy all the information in the other party's system database. At the same time, imprint the system source code and establish a subordinate relationship. At this point, Yi Xian's tight heartstrings were finally completely relaxed. Everything was settled, and there were no more changes. Just as the system notification rang in his mind, Xiaoyao Zi, who was inside the formation, was being brutally tortured by the dozen or so clan elders of the Second Universe's Federation of the Second Universe and a large number of magic treasures that almost blotted out the sky and covered the earth. His face was visibly gloomy, and it was so dark that it was almost dripping water. He didn't even have the mood to scream or angrily rebuke. He could only fiercely gnash his teeth, and his face was filled with unwillingness. The system's notification sounded, which meant that young Masterling who had walked out of the Great Void Trap formation and lost the bet. Since that was the case, there was no need to explain anymore. Carefree Z's heart was bleeding, but he gritted his teeth and endured. He believed that with young Master Ling Hu's character, since he had successfully escaped, it was impossible for him to leave quietly. He would definitely show up and ridicule this group of idiots and old bastards who were madly beating him. At that time, he would be free. Unknowingly, he was actually looking forward to that moment. This kind of feeling made the unfettered one's heart feel bitter. He didn't know what to feel, but he was truly enraged enough by this group of old bastards. It almost suppressed the hatred he felt for the main character, young Master Ling Hu. At the same time, outside the void trap array. As soon as the purplish warbler and the others rushed out of the space trap array, Gong Wuxin, Wu Chenzi, and Chou Doufu immediately shouted. Close the array channel immediately, quickly. Yes, 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 Ling Hu Chong didn't cooperate with Carefree Z at all. That guy has mastered a powerful concealment secret technique. He is now dormant in the array and can slip out at any time. He hit the wrong person, he hit the wrong person. Xiaoyao Zi is innocent. He dug a hole and buried him. Hearing this, the faces of all the starry sky masters in the surrounding void instantly changed wildly. Zhang Yi, who was sitting cross-legged in the void in the distance and presiding over the operation of the array, was even more livid. He gritted his teeth and roared endlessly. Ah, this is so infuriating. You bunch of good-for-nothings. Why didn't you say such important information in the array just now? What's the use of mentioning it now? Maybe that boy has already come out. A bunch of trash. While roaring, Zhang Yi didn't dare to delay in the slightest. He immediately activated the array and sealed the temporary channel that had just been opened again. Unfortunately, before he could finish all this, Yi Xian's mocking laughter sounded, ha ha ha. Old bastard, you are so right, this young master deeply agrees, these guys are basically all good-for-nothings. As the word sounded, Yi Xian also quickly withdrew from the perfect state of spiritual power, and his figure appeared. He was only a few hundred meters away from Gong Wuxin, Wu Chenzi, and the others. He had already expected that these guys would not be honest, and was waiting for them to walk into the trap so that he could show up and teach them a lesson. Ah. Ghost. Oh my god, it's so scary. Run. As soon as they walked out of the portal, the faces of the few guys who complained to Ji Hao immediately turned pale. Trembling, they each let out a shrill howl and turned around to run. How could they still look like the heavens chosen of the human race? They had already been scared to death by Yi Xian, and had a psychological shadow. As soon as they saw him, they immediately reacted and only wanted to run away. How dare you call this young master a ghost? You guys really need to be taught a lesson. Yi Xian sneered, and immediately summoned the indestructible glass armor, and directly activated the second form of the mech. As he spoke, he had already stepped into it, and with a flash of his body, he had already punched the few guys who were screaming and running away. In that case, this young master will beat all of you until you are even worse than ghosts. Boom! Boom! Kachacha! Explosions of energy rang out one after another as the 10 zhang tall glazed battle armor transformed into a streak of dark purple light and chased after Gong Wu Xian, Wu Chenzi and the others at an extreme speed. In just a little more than a breath of time, it had already circled behind Gong Wu Xian, Wu Chenzi and the others. He did not hesitate to reward each of them with a heavy punch, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard incessantly. This time, Yi Xian's attack was even more ruthless, and at this moment, he was even more different from when he was fighting these guys before. His cultivation had already entered the 10th level of the Grotto Heaven realm, and Gong Wuxin and the others could not fight back at all. They could not even resist. They screamed and fainted on the spot, and their bodies fell down to the void below. This scene frightened the others, including the 8 young masters from the various clans of the Federation of the Second Universe. The 200 or so prisoners of war who had just walked out of the space trap array immediately turned around and scattered as if they were avoiding a ghost. They immediately distanced themselves from Gong Wuxin, Wu Chenzi, and the others who had been miserably suppressed again. The purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru were also mixed in. In the blink of an eye, they had already gone far away, running toward the void where the fleets of their respective clans were located. It was also at this time that the nearly 1,000 Starry Sky Masters who had stayed in the space trap array finally realized that the situation was not right. When they turned their heads and saw Yi Xian, who was showing off his invincible power outside the array, the expressions on the faces of these old bastards were extremely interesting. The various magical weapons in the sky were also stagnant because of their sudden panic. Their brilliance dimmed, and Xiao Yao Zi, who was originally shrouded in the brilliance of the magical weapons, was revealed. Ha ha ha. Chapter 3376. Come here, you fool. I'll cover you. With the sudden appearance of Yi Xian, the entire void was in an uproar, both inside and outside the array. Inside the space trap array, the faces of nearly 1,000 starry sky powerhouses were all black, especially the dozen or so powerful elders from the Federation of the Second Universe who had been laughing strangely and tormenting Unfettered Z just a second ago. Looking at the mental expressions of these guys, Unfettered Z felt comfortable all over, as if all the pain from before had disappeared in the blink of an eye. His head, which was almost swollen like a pig's head, was no longer painful. He raised his head and laughed, and even let out a mocking sound. This was clearly exposing the scars and then sprinkling salt on the wound. The nearly 1,000 starry sky powerhouses in the array were all angry from embarrassment and glared at him. On the contrary, the dozen or so elders from the Federation of the Second Universe, whose faces were even uglier, immediately abandoned Unfettered Z, turned around, and rushed toward the void where Yi Xian was. At the same time, they were shouting and roaring endlessly. Ah, old guys from the War Clan, immediately withdraw the array, at least open a few passages and let us out. That's right, immediately, we can't let this boy escape. This old man must skin him alive. Open the array passage, quick. Ah, this old man is so angry. In fact, there was no need for them to remind him. Before these furious roars and shouts could fade away, the elder of the Heaven Battle Emperor clan, Zhan Yi, had already controlled the array and opened a few space passages. At this time, Zhan Yi's face was so black that it was almost dripping water, but his heart was really bleeding, dripping non-stop. It was too painful. This space trap array had consumed a lot of strategic resources and materials of the Heaven Battle Emperor clan, but in the end, it had such a result. It didn't have the slightest effect, and in the end, it was still easy for the other party to slip out without anyone noticing. Could it be that the other party deliberately appeared? They were afraid that the other party was still messing around after he had gone far away. Although this kind of void trap array was powerful, it was a one-time use. All the materials and treasures used to set up the array were consumables. Once the array was removed, it would be completely wasted. There was no possibility of even retrieving it. In short, the Heaven Battle Emperor clan had suffered great losses this time. Moreover, they would be ridiculed afterwards. They had mobilized so many people to come up with a great formation, yet in the end, it was completely useless, becoming a laughingstock. In addition, the ancestor of heaven and earth, Jean too, who could return at any time, would definitely not give up. No matter what the result was, this matter would be settled. Jean was the first to bear the brunt, and the punishment he would bear was simply unavoidable. He could not even think of an excuse to get out of it. When he thought of this, he even had the urge to kill Gong Wuxin and Wu Chunzi on the spot. Unfortunately, even though his Heaven Battle Emperor clan had also sent their young geniuses into the giant star cauldron, none of them had come out yet. They had already died in the cauldron, slapped to death by Yi Xian. Otherwise, those fellows would definitely be reduced to punching bags at this time, and would be beaten up badly by Zhang Yi. Now, as Yi Xian took the initiative to appear, and after Zhang Yi of the Heaven Battle Emperor clan opened several passages of the array, he also issued an order to the experts of the Heaven Battle Empire who were guarding all the nodes of the array to withdraw the array and attack. The entire void enveloped by the void trap array instantly flashed with a large amount of brilliance. The nodes of the array that had been hidden before appeared one after another. A large number of experts of the Heaven Battle Emperor clan were originally sitting cross-legged in various parts of the void, guarding the nodes, ignoring everything in the outside world. But now, all of them stood up with gloomy faces. They all took out their magic weapons, and the crowd rushed toward Yi Xian in an overwhelming manner. In addition, a large number of experts from the top sects and forces in the surrounding void also rushed over, including the position occupied by the Second Universe's allied forces. A large number of warships, space fortresses, and small fortresses around directly turned their cannon muzzles and locked onto the corner of the void where Yi Xian appeared, ready to bombard at any time if necessary. As for the nearly 1,000 experts of the starry sky inside the void trap array, at this moment, when they saw that the entire array had been withdrawn, they naturally did not stay any longer. They followed closely behind the more than a dozen elders from the Second Universe's Federation, spread out their formation with great tacit understanding, and also surrounded Yi Xian. For a time, the entire void seemed to move. Thousands of experts of the starry sky all took out their magic weapons and rushed over in an overwhelming manner. A little further away, fleets from different forces, sects, and top families of all kinds of warships and fortresses, as many as thousands of them, all locked onto Yi Xian. Such a battle array was too amazing, and it was rare to see such a scene in many years. Many young experts had already been shocked to the point of being dumbfounded, and their legs were a little weak. However, some of the experts of the older generation sighed with emotion. Young Master Linghu was really heaven-defying. Even if he fell here today, his name would be known throughout the universe. He should be proud of himself for being able to stir up such a degree of wind and cloud with his own strength. Only the person involved, the core focus of the entire void, Yi Xian, completely ignored all of this. He turned his head and swept his gaze over the void that was previously shrouded and sealed by the void trap array as if nothing had happened. He grinned at Xiao Zi, whose head was swollen like a pig's head. He said jokingly, "Buddy, you're still alive? That's good. Come to my bowl, this young master will protect you." "Bah! Do I need you to protect me? Aren't you just coveting my treasures?" Looking at Yi Xian's infuriating look, Xiao Zi suddenly became angry. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. He rolled his eyes and said, "Don't worry, this venerable is a man of his word. I'm not the kind of person who goes back on his word. If you agree to a bet, you must accept your loss. What do you want? Pick it yourself." These words were said clearly, but Yi Xian didn't care. He curled his lips and immediately issued a command to the system to determine what the spoils of war were. This guy was just putting on an act. With the system in both of their bodies, even if he didn't want to admit it, how could it be possible? Soon, the familiar system prompt sounded in Yi Xian's mind. He had already chosen the exchange item in advance. It immediately appeared in Yi Xian's body and was directly thrown into his undying world. Then, the angry roars of the dozen or so elders from the Federation of the Second Universe resounded. "Little bastard, you actually dare to bet with others. What do you take us for? Too arrogant. You make people's hair stand on end. Today, we must kill you." All warships, immediately activate the space oscillators and operate them at full capacity. This kid's small private warship is also quite extraordinary. It's a quasi-starry sky treasure, so its speed must be astonishing. We can't let him take out his warship and escape. Following these angry roars, a large number of warships, fortresses, and small fortresses that were eyeing the void covetously activated their space oscillators. In an instant, the void that was surrounded by thousands of large and small warships buzzed and was trapped. Chapter 3377. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. The first battle in the Fortress of Life, Wang. Wang. Soon, as the large number of battleships, fortresses, and small fortresses in the surrounding void all activated their space oscillators, the large void that was surrounded by thousands of battleships of various sizes hummed and was trapped. Yi Xian's figure suddenly staggered as his extreme speed was restricted. It was as if he had fallen into an extremely stagnant quagmire. Yi Xian was very familiar with the space oscillators, but he had never seen such a scene where thousands of battleships and fortresses of various types had activated their space oscillators at the same time. This was definitely a big deal. Under such a terrifying vibration, the void that was surrounded by thousands of battleships and fortresses was on the verge of collapsing. For example, teleportation, and the like could no longer be carried out. Not only were individual actions restricted, but the same was true for the battleships and fortresses. Even navigation became extremely difficult, like a small boat bobbing up and down on the raging waves, which could capsize at any time. Not only that, but even the Starry Sky Masters were greatly hindered in this extremely vibrating void and could no longer use their extreme speed. But Yi Xian did not panic at all, because if he wanted to leave, he could leave at any time. The devouring system was indeed powerful enough. Even in this environment, the universal coordinate jump ability was still not affected. He could leave this place with just a thought and go to the black hole of life in the first universe or the Death Star vortex in the third universe. After consulting the system and confirming this, Yi Xian immediately felt confident. Facing the thousands of battleships and fortresses in the void, as well as the Starry Sky Masters of various forces and sects, who were roaring towards him, he was not afraid at all. Instead, he sneered. Do you think you can trap this young master like this? Even the space trapping array that those idiots of the Heaven Battle Emperor clan spent so much effort to set up did not work. Just the space oscillators activated by thousands of battleships and fortresses, how effective do you think they can be? Coldly glancing at the large number of Starry Sky Masters roaring towards him, Yi Xian suddenly waved his hand as he spoke. You all know very well why today's matter has come to this. This young master is not a persimmon that anyone can bully. I took the initiative to appear here for revenge. I must beat all of you until you're scared, otherwise, won't the same thing happen again? This young master does not have that much time for you all. Are you ready? Let's begin the magnificent show. Kacha. Kacha. Kacha Kacha, as Kacha Kacha Studio, Kacha Studio. Kacha Studio in such an environment where the entire void was affected by a large number of space oscillators, even the concealment arrays of the battleships and fortresses could not function normally and would reveal themselves. Even some of the concealment secret techniques of Starry Sky powerhouses would be affected in this environment, but there was no need to worry about Yi Xian's perfect oscillation secret technique. The so-called perfect oscillation was only the name of this secret technique, and it was enough to explain the problem. What it pursued was a perfect mental power oscillation effect. Whether the effect was strong or weak was only related to one's mental power level, and it would not be restricted by any external factors. In the past, when Yi Xian's mental power was only at level 6, he would have been exposed when facing a Grotto Heaven Realm powerhouse who was in the 10th realm. But now, Yi Xian's mental power had reached level 7, and his cultivation was far from what it used to be. He had reached the 10th realm, the Grotto Heaven rank 1. In such a situation, once Yi Xian fully unleashed his perfect oscillation secret technique, only a universe realm expert of the 15th realm would be able to see through it. Even a cosmic realm expert of the 14th realm would find it difficult to do so. Among the large number of Starry Sky powerhouses roaring in from all around the void, the strongest were only a few elders from the various clans of the Second Universe Federation. Their cultivations were in the 13th realm, the Genesis realm. In the face of Yi Xian, who was in the Grotto Heaven realm and had level 7 mental power, even the strongest elders from the various clans of the Second Universe Federation present could not see through his traces. At this moment, as Yi Xian's figure completely disappeared, not even the slightest bit of his aura was revealed. Suddenly, the crisp sound of lightning crackling came from the air. Spiritual thunder technique. One could only hear the sound, but not see the form. There were at least 2,000 or 3,000 powerhouses roaring in from all around the void. Among them, the powerhouses from the various clans of the Second Universe Federation were the fastest. Because they had moved first, they were the closest to Yi Xian at this moment. The tens of spiritual thunderbolts almost all landed on the bodies of these non-humankind elders and smashed right into their heads. Awoo! Awoo, little bastard, where is he? This old man will skin him alive. Ouch, my head. Come out. Come out immediately. Ah. Come out and die. Ah. Little bastard, you hit this old man's back. I'm going to kill you, Awoo. The situation was in chaos in an instant. The 2,000 or 3,000 powerhouses swarmed in from all around, but Yi Xian's figure had completely disappeared. He had used his perfect oscillation secret technique to conceal all his aura. Perhaps at this moment, he was following behind some starry sky powerhouse and making a sneak attack, but no one could detect any trace of him. On the other hand, the spiritual thunder techniques rained down from the sky one after another. The crackling sounds never stopped, ringing in everyone's ears. Every time a crackling sound rang out, it would be followed by a shrill howl of agony. This was the reaction of some unlucky person who had been struck by the invisible spiritual lightning. Even the dozen Void Realm and Genesis Realm old monsters from the various clans of the Second Universe Federation were not spared. They were even the focus of Yi Xian's attention. In less than the time it took to drink a cup of tea, each of them had been struck by more than a dozen spiritual thunder techniques. Although they were not injured, they were tormented until they were battered and exhausted. The dozen or so old men had cursed the most fiercely and shouted the most fiercely. Now, they were also the ones who had been struck the most miserably by the spiritual thunder techniques. Their hair was all standing on end, and their faces were incomparably dark, as if they had just smeared some ash from the bottom of a pot. Wah, damn it! Little bastard, you deserve to die. Come out. Come out immediately for this old man. Little bastard, do you have any other tricks up your sleeve other than scheming and sneaking around? If you have the skills, come out and fight fair and square. The dozen or so old men roared like thunder, on the verge of going berserk. It was also at this moment that Yi Xian's voice suddenly sounded from the distance, who said that this young master only knows how to hide his head and reveal his tail. Humph, you dozen or so Void Realm and Genesis Realm old monsters are leading 2,000 or 3,000 starry sky powerhouses to besiege this father, and you still have the nerve to say something like fair and square. Don't you feel ashamed? But this young master doesn't care. Isn't it just a fair and square fight? We've already fought just now, so let's fight right now. I hope you don't run away. Chapter 3378. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Dragon War in the Starfield. 2,000 to 3,000 Starfield Masters were a dark mass. No matter how strong Yi Xian's mind was, it was impossible for him to attack all of them at once. If he did, his mind would be exhausted and his brain would explode. Therefore, after torturing one of the main targets, Yi Xian, who'd concealed his aura, immediately took advantage of the chaos to slip out of the crowd. He even arrived outside the encirclement of the 1,000+ battleships and fortresses that were circling in the air. Only then did he reveal himself and shout at the Starry Sky Masters who were still in a state of chaos from a certain distance away. After he finished speaking, Yi Xian waved his hand and activated the small life fortress, Long Yi Xian. This was the first battle of Long Yi Xian. Today, Dragon War in the Starfield. Long Yi Xian's current Long Yi Xian was completely different from before. The diameter of the ship had reached 50,000 meters. Although it was not a real space fortress, it had reached the standard of a small fortress and could be considered a giant warship. This was the result of Yi Xian's explicit restriction. Otherwise, Long Yixian's current Long Yixian might have been even more terrifying. It was not impossible for it to reach the size of a 100,000-meter-long space fortress. The reason why he had limited Long Yixian's current diameter to 50,000 meters was that he wanted to use more of the worldworm's self-derived molecules to improve the warship's performance as much as possible. Yixian was quite satisfied with the result. It even exceeded his expectations. As for how powerful the warship was, this battle was the most direct test. Haha, brat, are you looking for death? Since you sneaked out, why didn't you run away? Not only did you show yourself again, but you even summoned a small fortress? A small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters. You want to challenge all the heroes alone? I advise you to count how many warships there are around you. 1 against 1,000, that's unheard of. That's right. Now, this old man is extremely suspicious that this little bastard Linghu has gone too far in showing off. There must be something wrong with his head. A battleship is not a magic treasure. No matter how heaven-defying it is, it can't appear in a situation where it can fight against many people at once. Unless this is a super fortress with a diameter of 1 million meters. Unfortunately, there is only one such thing in the 3 universes, and it is the headquarters of the Tianji race. A gap of 1 million meters and 50,000 meters is probably nothing in the eyes of our young master Linghu. Since he's so confident, then we'll just have to wait and see. There's no need to rush to suppress him. Let's have a battlecraft battle first and blast him until he's dizzy. Don't fight. Human fleets, you just need to guard the surroundings. Many of our young clan leaders have been eaten by this kid. This space battle must be fought by the second universe's allied forces. This is a rare opportunity to vent our anger. We'll definitely blast that kid to pieces, as the dozen or so elders from the various races of the Second Universe Federation arrogantly clamored. Many of the top clans and powers of the human clan were about to charge forward. They planned to once again form an encirclement and surround the small stronghold that Yixian had summoned with a wave of his hand. They even launched a barrage of attacks on the spot. But in the end, the warships and fortresses that had been activated stopped and separated, leaving the main battle position in the middle that was facing Starfield to the allied forces of the Second Universe's allied forces. Very soon, the 2 sides finished forming their battle lines. On one side, there was a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters. It was Yixian's life fortress, Starfield. On the other side, there was a defense line hundreds of kilometers long. In the middle was the coalition fleet of the various races in the Second Universe. On the 2 sides were the fleets of the top families and forces of human cultivators and technology. More than 1,000 warships and fortresses were lined up in a row. This was a battle of starships with a great disparity in numbers. Although not all the starships of the enemy would attack, at least for the time being, there were still more than 10 starships in the allied fleet of the various races in the Second Universe that Starfield had to face. All of them were giant fortresses more than 10,000 meters tall, and there were 5 smaller fortresses more than 50,000 meters tall like Starfield. It was 1 against 13, and there were 5 smaller fortresses of the same level. One could imagine the pressure the Wild Dragon battleship was facing. Almost no one thought that the Wild Dragon battleship could win this battle. Even the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru thought so. Although the Wild Dragon battleship was unique and was the only life fortress in the 3 universes, it hadn't fully matured yet. In the future, when the Wild Dragon battleship grew into a super fortress with a diameter of 1 million meters like the headquarters of the Tianji race, not to mention 1 against 1,000, even 10,000 space fortresses wouldn't be able to do much damage to the Wild Dragon battleship. The purplish warbler trio believed in this point. But now, the Wild Dragon battleship with a diameter of 50,000 meters was going to challenge the entire allied fleet of the various races in the Second Universe. They didn't have much hope. However, they had a superstitious trust in Yixian. Since Yixian was confident enough to do this, the purplish warbler trio believed that he had his reasons and wouldn't make any mistakes. At this moment, after the 2 sides had gotten into their respective formations, this unprecedented star battle finally began. Little bastard, don't say that the allied fleet of the Second Universe is bullying you. You were the one who proposed this battle. You're too arrogant. We won't tolerate this kind of existence. We'll teach you a lesson. You won't remember until you're taught a lesson. At this time, among the 13 fortresses facing the wild dragon battleship, the voice of the Enji race elder came from one of the smaller fortresses. Remember, if you really can't handle it, we can still accept your surrender. Don't force yourself. If you're really scared, shout out your begging words. The more miserable you shout, the better. That way, this old man and the others will feel more comfortable and your chances of survival will be greater. Ha ha ha. At the end of his speech, the elder of the Enji clan laughed complacently. He seemed to have seen the Long Yi ship being bombarded by the 13 fortresses and fortresses of the Second Universe's allied forces. Then, there was the miserable howl of young Master Ling Hu like a pig being slaughtered. This was too wonderful. He couldn't wait. Old bastard, this young master originally wanted to comfort you with these words, but now it seems that you're all mentally prepared. You're all sensible people and know what to do. Since that's the case, this young master can save this effort. Without waiting for the Enji race elder to stop laughing, Yi Xian's casual voice came from the wild dragon battleship that was thousands of miles away. Although his voice was soft, it resounded through thousands of miles of the void. If that's the case, then let's begin. Are you ready to tremble? This young master's first volley is about to begin. These words were a little strange. A small stronghold, against 13 large and small strongholds, actually roared out such words first. There was only one fortress, so how could he say that they would all fire? Chapter 3379. Star space level technology. The Starfield ship fired, and it was indeed firing in unison. This concept was somewhat confusing. It was just a battleship, even if it was a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 m. The concept of firing in unison wasn't suitable under normal circumstances. Generally speaking, space battleships, no matter if it was a 1,000-meter-long planetary-class battleship, a 3,000-meter-long star-class battleship, a 5,000-meter-long star-class battleship, a 10,000-meter-long star-class battleship, a 50,000-meter-long star-class battleship, or a 100,000-meter-long star-class battleship, all of them only had one main cannon. It was just that the caliber and kinetic energy were completely different. For example, a 100,000 m long fortress, its main cannon had a caliber of 20,000 m to 30,000 m, and its kinetic energy was antimatter light. It could fire antimatter death ray cannons. The main cannons of a battleship were all focused on the caliber of the cannon. This was completely understandable. Think about it. Two 100,000 m long fortresses, one of them had a main cannon with a diameter of 30,000 m. The other one had 10 main cannons with a diameter of 3,000 m. Once they clashed, would the 10 main cannons of 3,000 meters be more lethal, or would the single main cannon with a terrifying 30,000 meters be more lethal? Because of this, a battleship basically only had one main cannon. The higher the size of the battleship, the larger the caliber. There were also smaller secondary cannons, but these secondary cannons were basically useless against a battleship of the same level. The key was the main cannon. But even so, no matter how big the main cannon was, there was a limit. A fortress with a diameter of 30% was already the limit. A 100,000 m long fortress would have a diameter of 30,000 m at most. A 10,000 m long fortress would have a diameter of 1,000 m to 2,000 m, which was only 20%. After all, the main cannon was only a part of the battleship's function, it wasn't the entire battleship. It couldn't be called a battleship, it would be more appropriate to call it an interstellar cannon. Its function was too simple, and it wasn't popular. Right now, the reason why the Starfield ship's cannon was able to stun all the space warriors from the opposing camp was actually very simple. The Starfield ship didn't only have one main cannon, it had four. What was more terrifying was that the caliber of these four main cannons were all over 20,000 m, and they were arranged in a square. One had to know that the Starfield ship was a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters. Now, there were two main cannons with a caliber of more than 20,000 meters. Together, they were more than 40,000 meters long, more than 45,000 meters long. What did this mean? This meant that the entire diameter of Starfield was basically taken up by these 4 main cannons. But this didn't make sense. These cannons occupied at least 90% of the ship's hull and couldn't be considered a starry sky battleship at all. Instead, it looked more like a fixed battery on the walls of a majestic starry sky city. More than 90% of the space on the ship was occupied by the muzzles, so how could the other functions be guaranteed? Under such circumstances, such a small fortress couldn't even guarantee basic interstellar navigation, let alone defensive capabilities, concealment arrays, space oscillators, wormhole jumping devices, and other basic facilities necessary for a space battleship. Heavens, 4 main cannons? Furthermore, while focusing on quantity, they didn't sacrifice the caliber of any of the main cannons. The caliber of all 4 cannons was more than 20,000 meters. This. How is this possible? Yes. Even for a Starfield fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters, its only main cannon is only 30,000 meters long. For a Starfield fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters, the caliber of the main cannons would normally be around 10,000 meters. At most, 20,000 meters would be the limit. You are right. This is common sense. But what is this monster in front of us? Not only does it have 4 main cannons, each of them is more than 20,000 meters long. The limit of a Starfield fortress's main cannons is already broken, and the quantity is even more heaven-defying. Am I dreaming? Damn it, which idiot actually built such a small fortress? It is simply too terrifying. Even 4 Starfield fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters can't match it. That's because the diameter of a Starfield fortress's main cannons is less than that of a Starfield fortress. Therefore, even though it only has 4 main cannons, it can at least fight against 6 Starfield fortresses of the same level. Only 4? Fellow Daoist, don't you have to pant when you speak? Is 4 too little? The caliber of the 4 main cannons is more than 20,000 meters. This is simply a steel monster. The caliber of the 4 main cannons takes up more than 90% of the diameter of the entire ship. Apart from its terrifying lethality, what other functions does this small fortress have? That's right, this is too crazy. It has gone to the extreme. Although its lethality has reached the limit, and it can at least fight against 6 Starfield fortresses of the same level, this is more like a desperate gamble. If it can't win, it won't even have a chance to escape. Because there is no place to install the engine room, I am extremely doubtful that it can even be operated. Boom. Boom. 4 energy light pillars with a diameter of more than 20,000 meters were fired at the same time, and they were aimed at one of the 13 Starfield fortresses of the Second Universe's allied forces. The concentrated firepower directly hit it with lightning speed. A huge explosion resounded through space, and this Starfield fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters was directly annihilated. This was equivalent to being bombarded by 4 Starfield fortresses of the same level at the same time. Furthermore, the enemy used the antimatter death ray cannon that only Starfield fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters were equipped with. Therefore, this Starfield fortress had no choice but to be destroyed. That's right, it was the antimatter death ray cannon. 4 energy light pillars with a diameter of more than 20,000 meters were all black. Even an idiot could tell that they were antimatter energy light pillars. However, this was illogical, and all the Starfield fortresses around were completely petrified. After a long time, when the 4 main cannons of the Starfield ship's terrifying cannons once again flashed with a black light and finished charging, everyone trembled and regained their senses. Immediately after, shocked exclamations could be heard one after another. Death ray cannon? It's actually the antimatter death ray cannon? But how is this possible? An antimatter death ray cannon needs to be equipped with an antimatter light energy generator, and the size of the generator is even bigger than the death ray cannon. Because of this, even a Starfield fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters can't be equipped with it. Only a Starfield fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters can be equipped with it, and there is only one. This huge monster in front of us has 4 antimatter death ray cannons, then it needs to be equipped with 4 antimatter light energy generators that are no smaller than the death ray cannon. But just these 4 terrifying main cannons already take up more than 90% of the space of the ship. How are we going to arrange 4 antimatter light energy generators that are at least the same size? There's no space. Chapter 3380. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Space Demon King Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The Allied forces of the Second Universe had a total of 13 battleships. 8 of them were large fortresses with a diameter of 10,000 meters, while the remaining 5 were small fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters like Starfield. Each of the 5 small fortresses only had 1 main cannon, each with a diameter of 15,000 meters. Against such a huge monster like Starfield, for such a small fortress, they would need at least 6 to 8 of them to be able to fight to a draw, and this was just from the analysis of the data. In fact, they would need more than that. Right now, the battle had only just begun, and one of the 5 small fortresses on the side of the Allied forces of various races in the Second Universe had already been destroyed. They were already no match for the Starfield battleship, and now, one of their top combatants was gone in an instant. It was undoubtedly one disaster after another. There was no question of winning at all. As Starfield fired first and destroyed a small fortress, all the strong warriors of the universe, including the members of the Allied forces of the Second Universe, instantly understood a truth. That was, in this battle, the Allied forces of the Second Universe had no chance of winning at all. They would be completely beaten up. This was simply too ironic. 13 against 1, this was the result. What was even more embarrassing was that just a few breaths ago, everyone still thought that Starfield would be the one to be beaten up. In the end, in less than 10 breaths of time, he used the truth to give everyone a resounding slap in the face. However, at this moment, all the powerhouses in the 12 large fortresses and small fortresses of the Second Universe's Allied forces who were lucky enough to survive had no time to care about blushing or feeling ashamed. The only feeling that occupied their hearts was fear. Even the dozen Void Realm and Genesis Realm elders were screaming in panic. Their voices were transmitted through the sound transmission system of the battleships under their feet, echoing throughout the entire space. Ah, who can tell this old man what happened? This is not right. It shouldn't be like this. How can there be such a small fortress? 4 antimatter death ray cannons with a diameter of 20,000 meters were placed in the same small fortress. Where is its antimatter light energy generator? Is there a place to put it? The elders of the Enji race are all dead. Even their small fortress, not a single person escaped. More than 10,000 elites of the Enji race were wiped out in an instant. The entire small fortress was wiped out in an instant. This is too tragic. How can this battle end like this? Activate the defense shield. Activate the defense shield immediately. Unfortunately, before they could finish their shrieks, the 4 main cannons on Starfield, which had completed its second recharge at an unbelievable speed, finally fired at the same time again. Boom! Boom! A low-energy roar sounded, and 4 black antimatter energy beams of light instantly shot out. This time, it was still concentrated fire, and it was aimed at one of the 4 small fortresses of the Allied forces of the Second Universe. The result was obvious. Another 50,000 meters. Another small fortress, and the 4 main cannons of Starfield, without any hesitation, started charging the 4 main cannons of the 4. According to the speed that had been tested before, in just a little more than a minute, Starfield would have the ability to fire 4 cannons for the 3rd time. At the thought of this, the countless starry sky masters in the surrounding void suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, and a series of horrified and crazy screams resounded through the world. Damn it, this guy is a freak, and his treasures are freaks as well. Even a small fort that he casually summoned is a freak. How is he going to let us live? We can't wait any longer. All warships, fire together. We have to kill him as soon as possible. This kind of monster can't be allowed to live. The threat is too great. That's right. He even has this kind of star sky black technology. What else can young Master Ling Hu not do? This guy is not just a master of medicine, tools, and array. He is invincible in realms. Even Star Sky Black technology is a giant in the field. With him, the three universes will be in chaos. He is a disaster. Kill him immediately. Too terrifying. In just a minute, two small fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters were destroyed. All of our fleets together won't be able to hold on for long. While we still have the ability, let's fire together. We have to kill him. They were scared. Really scared. At this rate, just the Wild Dragon battleship alone would be able to wipe out the 1,000+ battleships on their side. After all, among the 1,000+ battleships, there were less than 100 small fortresses, and 2 of them had already been destroyed in the blink of an eye. Once all the small fortresses were destroyed, the remaining large fortresses and stellar-level warships would be useless no matter how many of them there were. As these fearful screams rang out, the entire space was thrown into chaos. A large number of buzzing sounds rang out, densely covering the sky and earth. Some warships were charging at full power, wanting to gather 1,000 warships to fire together and destroy Starfield. Some warships were activating their defensive shields at full power. The commanders of these warships were obviously more conservative. Now that they were frightened by Starfield's terrifying performance, they were thinking of protecting their own safety first. Such a chaotic situation had already shocked Wu Chunzi, Gong Wuxin, and the other captives who had just been released from the giant star cauldron not long ago. Including the purplish warbler, Duan Muxiaocha, and Zhao Qianru, the 3 women were in the same state at this moment. They were all dumbfounded. Although they had witnessed the growth of Starfield with their own eyes, they were not clear about the various devices and functions inside it. The strength displayed today was shocking to them. However, compared to the other powerhouses who did not know the truth and thought that all this was caused by Star Sky Black technology, they at least vaguely understood the root of the problem. The so-called Star Sky Black technology naturally did not exist. This was a small living fortress, it was alive. What was 4 antimatter death ray cannons with a diameter of 20,000 meters compared to it? If necessary, the countless world bugs that made up the fortress could even rearrange themselves in an instant and combine into one super death ray cannon with a diameter of more than 40,000 meters. Thinking of this, the 3 women of the purplish warbler shuddered. If that was really the case, a single blast from the cannon could destroy a small fortress. They finally understood why the powerhouses of the various factions in the surrounding void were so terrified. This terrifying small fortress was practically a star sky killing weapon, a Demon King level existence. At the same time, the entire void was in complete chaos. More than 1,000 warships, fortresses, and fortresses were all fully activating their defensive arrays, space oscillators, or charging to attack. Somewhere in the distant void, a small black fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters was forced to appear because it was close to the edge of the void. Chapter 3381. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The ultimate secret technique of the Tianji clan. The Demon Battleship had just finished a space jump. Of course, it was a normal space jump, not a wormhole jump. There was no wormhole nearby. However, the moment the Demon Battleship appeared in this void, it unexpectedly landed on the edge of the area affected by a large number of space oscillators. The concealment array of the small fortress was deactivated, and the hull of the ship was revealed. This scene was a bit unexpected, and the Starry Sky experts in the fleets all noticed it. Then, they all exclaimed, "That small fortress is so strange. It's completely black, and its appearance is quite ferocious. It doesn't look like something made by the human clan." Not only the human clan, but even the Wan Luo Federation has never seen such a small fortress. It looks a bit like the big fortress of the demon dwellers in the graveyard domain. Could it be enemy attack? Enemy attack. This is a small fortress of the Tianji clan in the first universe. It should be from the demon dwellers, a servant clan of the Tianji clan. To be able to own such a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters, the commander in charge of it must have an extraordinary status. At least, he must be an important member of the demon dwellers' royal family. We can't let it go. This small fortress of the demon dwellers has been hibernating nearby. It must have collected a lot of information. Once it returns to the first universe, it will be harmful to the human clan and the Federation. That's right. The higher-ups of the demon dwellers' royal family came to the third universe with ulterior motives. We must capture this person and interrogate him carefully to find out his intentions. We can't let young Master Linghu's Star Sky Black Tech get away either. All the warships, while we haven't lost much and we still have the ability to suppress them, immediately surround them and take them down together. At the very least, we must kill them. Not one of them can be left behind. Buzz. Wang, along with the exclamations, more than 1,000 warships, fortresses, and small fortresses in the surrounding void all fully activated their space oscillators and spread out. Soon, they formed a larger circle, surrounding the two small fortresses, the Star Field Battleship and the Demon Battleship, which were trapped in the space oscillator area, in the middle. The two small fortresses were separated by a distance of 10,000 kilometers, and they were on the left and right sides of the large circle of void space. Yi Xian, with a cold smile, waved his hand, and gave a new order, for Art Battleship, with a diameter of 50,000 meters, attack. Buzz. The Star Field Battleship, the Star Field Battleships, the Four Cannon Battleship, the Battleship Field Battleship. Translation. This scene fell into the eyes of the Starry Sky experts in the surrounding fleets. They thought that the Wild Star Battleship was scared and gave up on attacking, preparing to find an opportunity to escape. However, they were wrong, because the four 20,000-meter diameter black holes only disappeared for less than 10 seconds before the surface of the starfield changed again, and an even larger cannon appeared. Was it? Even an interstellar fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters would only have a diameter of 30,000 meters. But now, a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters had a super cannon with a diameter of more than 40,000 meters. This scene was beyond common sense. Everyone around was dumbfounded. They were completely dumbfounded. This was not just Star Sky Black technology. This was simply a dream, all right? Heavens, what the hell is this big guy? Just now, there were four main cannons with a diameter of 20,000 meters. In the blink of an eye, there is a super main cannon with a diameter of 40,000 meters. Is this a magic trick? They've merged into one. This terrifying super main ship cannon is definitely a fusion of the previous four main ship cannons. But this doesn't make sense. Since when did ship cannons have this kind of fusion technology? Even Mo Qigong and Sha Baofeng, who were inside the Devil Battle Horn from the first universe, let out cries of surprise. What? This small fortress. Heavens, a main ship cannon with a 40,000-meter caliber, that's insane. What's even more terrifying is that it clearly had four main ship cannons with a diameter of 20,000 meters not long ago. How did it become like this in the blink of an eye? Had the human race already mastered the technology to fuse naval cannons? I didn't come here in vain. This information is too important. That's not right. This small fortress looks familiar. It seems to be similar to the Longyi fortress with a diameter of 5,000 meters that Long Xian swindled away. But how is this possible? Could it be that a small fortress could inflate itself? It was only 5,000 meters in diameter before, but now it's 50,000 meters. This doesn't make sense. Long Xian? You mean young Master Ling? Who is that Prince Xian? This is even more impossible. Boom! Right at this moment, the Longyi fortress's super main ship cannon fired. A huge roar sounded, and a black energy beam with a diameter of about 40,000 meters shot out. It was still the antimatter death ray cannon. In the blink of an eye, it had already bombarded a small fortress in the second universe's allied forces and was directly annihilated. More than 80% of the small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters disappeared in an instant, leaving only a few remnants in the void. Some corpses of the aliens from the second universe fell out from it. Some of them had even revealed their bloodline and were members of the Golden Eagle race. This small fortress belonged to the Golden Eagle race. Even the powerful elder of the race, who was at the 13th realm of the Genesis realm, had been turned into ashes under the terrifying power of this cannon. In less than the time it took to brew a cup of tea, 3 small fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters had fallen on the Wild Star battleship. Such a battle prowess was simply too terrifying. All the experts in the surrounding space were so frightened that their hearts and minds were trembling. Cries of alarm rang out as all the battleships began to recharge. This time, they were serious. They couldn't let the Longyi fortress continue to be so ferocious. They had to kill it as soon as possible. At the same time, the Devil battle ship from the first universe was also locked onto by some warships. In the eyes of the commanders of the various large forces, the Devil battle ship was as important as the Longyi fortress. They had to keep it. More than 1,000 warships, fortresses, and small fortresses locked onto the Longyi fortress and the Devil battle ship at the same time. This was clearly the rhythm of 10,000 cannons firing at the same time to kill them all. On the Longyi fortress, Yi Xian sneered, not afraid at all. On the Devil battle ship, Mo Qigong frowned. He felt quite helpless that they had unexpectedly fallen into such a dangerous situation. The surrounding void had been sealed, and space was fluctuating. They couldn't use space jumps to escape. The Devil battle ship wasn't as abnormal as the Longyi fortress. It was very difficult to break out of this situation with thousands of warships surrounding it. It seems that the only thing we can do now is to let me merge with the Devil battle ship completely. Perhaps there will be a chance to break out. At the very least, before we are killed, we can drag a few down with us. The Void Realm core member of the Heaven's Legacy race, Sha Baofeng, suddenly said with a sinister smile. Beside him, Mo Qigong's expression changed upon hearing this. He suddenly thought of a legend. It was said that the core members of the Heaven's Legacy race all had an ultimate secret technique that allowed them to completely merge with warships of the size of fortresses and above, turning them into invincible cosmic realm mechanical battle insects. Chapter 3382. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Fortress Class Mecha Battle Insect, Rumble. Boom, in the surrounding void, fleets from the top clans, sects, and clans of the human race, as well as the remaining battleships, fortresses, and small fortresses of the allied forces of the Second Universe, numbering more than 1,000 in total, opened fire at the same time. A thunderous roar resounded through the world. This movement was too astonishing. Apart from the war between the Myriad Net Federation and the Tianji clan of the First Universe and their subordinate clans several hundred years ago, it was rare to see such a huge scene of interstellar warfare. Even the previous incident in the Death Star field was not comparable in scale. Although the number of battleships was about the same, those battleships did not open fire at that time. But now, more than 1,000 battleships had gathered around and opened fire at the encirclement at the same time. Their targets were the 2 small fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters that were placed on the left and right sides of the encirclement. For a time, the entire void was dazzling. The dazzling light from the cannons intertwined in the void, forming a huge 7-colored net in the void. It was very beautiful to look at. However, what this type of beautiful scenery represented was an iron-blooded and merciless slaughter. This was truly a type of irony, making one sigh with emotion. At this moment, the Devil Battle Cry Fortress from the First Universe had its energy shield fully activated. A layer of blood-red energy enveloped the entire massive battleship. Facing such a large-scale bombardment, Mo Qigong did not dare to be careless. He had already given up on resisting. All the kinetic energy of the Devil Battle Cry was used to support the energy shield. Even the cannons were no longer charged. He was buying time for the core member of the Tianji race, Sha Baofeng, to fully fuse with the Devil Battle Cry Fortress. Sha Baofeng had already disappeared. He had activated the ultimate secret technique of the Tianji race, battleship fusion. At this moment, Sha Baofeng's entire body had been decomposed into mechanical components. He had fused them into some important parts of the Devil Battle Cry, such as the AI center and the power system. He was fully fusing them. Once the fusion was successful, the entire Devil Battle Fortress would be temporarily granted life, just like how a small fortress would gain self-awareness and intelligence, becoming a robot of the small fortress level. At that time, its speed and reaction speed would be greatly improved. These were not the key points. The key point was that the shape of the machine would also change. The mechanical parts in the various parts would seem to be endowed with life and could be shifted and reassembled. In this case, the shape of the small fortress would be different, making it more suitable for battle. Everything could be changed according to Sha Baofeng's wishes. To put it bluntly, Sha Baofeng was equivalent to a life form that had entered the main mech, and the entire magic battle fortress was a super mech with a diameter of 50,000 meters. This was the ultimate secret technique of the Heaven's Legacy race. Even in the first universe, the ultimate secret technique of this mechanical life form was only a legend. The human race and the Myriad Net Federation had never seen it before. Several hundred years ago, when the Myriad Luo Federation and the Heaven's Legacy race were at war, the technology to fuse these mechanical life forms had yet to be born. It was only recently grasped by the Tianji clan's patriarch, De. Furthermore, not all of the Tianji clan's core upper echelons were able to grasp it. Only the Tianji clan's patriarch, De's direct subordinates were bestowed with this ability. A minute passed quickly. During this 1 minute, the magic battle fortress was bombarded by a large number of energy beams from the battleship cannons. Its energy shield began to flicker and was on the verge of collapsing. It was also at this moment that the mechanical fusion between Sha Baofeng and the magic battle fortress was finally completed. From this moment onwards, the magic battle fortress was no longer a small fortress. It had turned into a mini fortress-level super mech. The one who entered and fused with this super mech was the core upper echelon of the Heaven's Legacy race, Sha Baofeng. Kacha! 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 A series of cracking sounds rang out, resounding through the void. This was not the sound of lightning striking, but the sound of mechanical operations coming from the interior of the magic battle fortress. The internal structure of the huge fortress was undergoing a complete transformation. All the components and mechanical devices were being rearranged. All of this was the result of Sha Baofeng's consciousness control. Now, it had perfectly fused with the magic battle fortress. It was as if this small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters had given birth to intelligence and had become a mini fortress-level mechanical life form. The entire transformation process was very fast. First, the internal structure was changed and rearranged. Then, this change extended to the exterior of the magic battle fortress. The shape of the entire magic battle fortress began to change rapidly. Kacha! 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 The crisp and dense mechanical sounds became louder. The spherical shape of the magic battle fortress began to change at a speed visible to the naked eye. More and more steel limbs extended out. There were horns, tentacles, and black blades that looked like giant mantis swords. In less than a minute, it had completely changed. The small fortress from before had completely disappeared, and the devil battle cry had turned into a mechanical war bug that looked similar to the blade mantis. Its body was terrifyingly huge. Just one of its mantis sword-like arms was 10,000 meters long. This was not just a change in appearance. Its internal structure was also developing toward the innate attributes of the blade mantis. It had a terrifying jumping ability. With a single leap, it could cross the endless void in the blink of an eye. Its speed was extremely fast. Even those giant blade-like arms of the blade mantis were extremely sharp. With one slash, a small fortress of the same grade would be cut in half. Other than that, the magic battle fortress's original main cannon was also retained. However, it was moved to the belly of the giant mechanical blade mantis. There was a giant cannon that could be opened and closed at will. When the mechanical blade mantis used its terrifying jumping ability to leap across the vast void, it could even launch long-range attacks in midair. This was definitely fatal. When the mechanical blade mantis leaped and moved at high speed, ordinary small fortresses of the same grade would not be able to lock on and attack it. However, the main cannon in the belly of the mechanical blade mantis could launch long-range attacks on enemy fortresses. With one blast, before the enemy could even react, the blade mantis was already in front of them. Its extremely sharp mantis sword-like blade slashed down. Such a scene sent chills down everyone's spines. The mech fusion secret technique of the Tianji race's core upper echelons was indeed extraordinary. It was simply heaven-defying. Furthermore, this newest innate ability of the mech race was only fully mastered by the Tianji race's clan leader, De. Other than him, his trusted subordinates had more or less mastered a portion of the true essence of the profundity. As De's trusted subordinate, Sha Baofeng was also given an incomplete mech fusion innate ability. Today, he was displaying it in front of the world for the first time. In an instant, all the space experts in the fleets of the various top-notch clans and forces were stunned. Chapter 3383. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Extrapolation. Heavens, did you see that? It's a giant mechanical battle bug, and it looks like a mechanical blade puppet. How is this possible? What the hell? The entire process was clearly visible. This giant mechanical blade puppet was actually transformed from that small fortress of the demon race. What kind of technology is this? The Tianji race's large and small fortresses can transform? What the hell is going on today? Our human race and the Federation's technology have fallen behind to such an extent. Whether it's the Tianji race or the peerless genius young master Linghu, they both have terrifying technology that is considered black technology to us humans. This is too shocking. That's right. The former's large and small fortresses can transform into mechanical battle bugs, while the latter has the technology to transform the main ship's cannons at will. The human race is facing an unprecedented crisis. Big news. This is definitely a big news. Young Master Linghu and the Tianji race have both mastered starry sky-level black technology that stupefies the human race. An unprecedented challenge and threat is coming. The human race's technology has entered a dark age and has been left far, far behind. Look, that giant mechanical blade puppet is moving. Such terrifying speed, it can cross tens of thousands of miles in one leap. Damn, it can actually attack the main ship's cannons at such extreme speed. It's located at the belly of the mechanical blade puppet, and a beam of light shot out. It's like a fart during the leap. What a terrifying blade puppet fart. It actually destroyed a small fortress. Rumble. Kachacha, amidst a tidal wave of exclamations, the gigantic blade mantis used its terrifying jumping ability to leap into the air, traversing the distant void, and actually launched a long-range bombardment midway through the air. This was indeed fatal. As the mechanical blade puppet leaped up, no one expected that the main cannon at its belly could launch a long-range attack in such a situation. As a result, when the giant energy beam of light with a diameter of more than 10,000 meters blasted out, the target it had locked onto could not react at all. There was no evasive action, and they did not even have an energy defense shield up. Immediately after, a huge explosion was heard. This small fortress of a certain top human race faction exploded into a giant fireball. In the next moment, the mechanical mantis made a terrifying leap and was right in front of him. Its extremely sharp mantis blade slashed down, and the giant fireball was cut in half. It was completely destroyed. At this moment, the familiar sound of the devouring system rang in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for discovering a new evolution direction suitable for the Life Fortress. Do you want to brand it and start exploring? A new evolutionary direction? Suitable for Life Fortress? Yi Xian was stunned. Then, he came to a realization and instantly came to a realization. The next moment, his gaze swept to the mechanical blade mantis on the other side of the encirclement. His breathing quickened, and his eyes flashed with a fiery light. It was obvious that the new evolutionary direction that the devouring system was referring to was this mechanical blade mantis. To be more precise, it was the ability of the demon battle cry to transform into this mechanical battle bug. Although Yi Xian did not know how the demon battle cry did it, as it was too inconceivable and did not match the current level of battleship technology in the 3 dimensions of the universe, comparatively speaking, as long as he could figure out some key issues, Yi Xian's Wild Star ship could definitely do it. After all, it was alive to begin with. If the main cannons inside could change at will, then why couldn't it change its outer appearance and even its combat form? It was just that he had not thought of it before. This concept was too futuristic and was beyond the times. But now, there was a living example in front of him. With the attributes of the Wild Star ship and the devouring system's full analysis, Yi Xian was at least 70% confident that he could reproduce the enemy's ultimate technique on the Wild Star ship itself. Of course, even though the Wild Star battleship had transformed into a mechanical war insect on the spot, the two were fundamentally different. The Devil battleship had only transformed temporarily because the core member of the Heaven's Legacy race, Sha Baofeng, had completely fused with it. In comparison, the Wild Star ship's transformation was much easier and more durable. It could even maintain this form forever. After all, it was alive to begin with. Rumble. Boom. A large number of explosions rang out, and the Wild Star ship's hull shook slightly. On the other side of the encirclement, the mechanical blades were slaughtering everything in their path. However, the surrounding battleships did not stop their bombardment of the Wild Star ship. Facing the barrage of attacks from more than half of the battleships, Yi Xian did not dare to be careless. He temporarily gave up on attacking and focused on maintaining the defensive barrier. However, this was not a long-term solution. Although he had other methods, there was a ready-made example right before his eyes. Moreover, it was not like the Wild Star ship could not do the same, so why did he have to stay away? Excited, Yi Xian immediately gave the devouring system an order to fully analyze and realize the transformation of the stronghold as soon as possible. Following Yi Xian's orders, the devouring system immediately began to deduce with all its might. On the other hand, the small stronghold of the starfield continued to silently float in the air, fully supporting its energy barrier to resist the bombardment of the surrounding battleships. Generally speaking, even a normal small stronghold would be able to hold out for a period of time against the barrage of battleships of the same level after fully maintaining its energy barrier. However, the Wild Star ship was even more abnormal. As such, it would take even longer. According to Yi Xian's estimation, if there were not more battleships, fortresses, and small strongholds joining in, the Wild Star ship would be able to hold out for at least half a day. This amount of time was more than enough for the devouring system to fully analyze the key details of transforming the stronghold into a mechanical battle bug. Time slowly passed, and unknowingly, Emil's time had passed. During this entire process, the Wild Star ship did not launch any counterattacks. It simply hovered in the void with its energy barrier fully activated, gritting its teeth as it endured the barrage of attacks from the numerous battleships, fortresses, and small strongholds. From the looks of it, the Wild Star ship was no longer able to deal with this situation. It could only passively defend and silently wait for a miracle to happen. For example, if all the battleships around it ran out of energy, this was obviously impossible. It was too whimsical. As such, in the eyes of the starry sky experts in the surrounding battleships, the threat of the Wild Star ship was basically gone. Young Master Linghu would be finished soon. He would either surrender or fall. It all depended on how long the energy barrier of his small stronghold could last. In the end, it was inevitable that it would run out of energy. It was just a matter of time. Under such circumstances, some of the battleships even began to shift the battlefield, rushing to the other side of the encirclement where the mechanical blade bugs were wreaking havoc. Chapter 3384. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Demonic Bug, Kacha. Kacha. Kachacha, right at this moment, the Wild Star which had been floating in the void with its energy shield activated to defend against the bombardment of the cannons suddenly let out a series of crisp and concentrated cracking sounds. This sound was exactly the same as when the demonic battleship transformed into a gigantic mechanical bug. It was unknown whether it was because they were traumatized, but when the experts of the starry sky and the fleets of the top families and forces in the surrounding void heard the noise, they all widened their eyes and opened their mouths slightly. Their faces were filled with horror. Even the gigantic mechanical blade mantis, which was still engaged in a bloody battle with a large number of ships, fortresses, and small fortresses on the other side of the encirclement, also turned its head to look over. The cracking sound continued for about a minute before it suddenly became louder. Right at this moment, the appearance of the wild star also began to change. Long mechanical arms extended out and the shape of the ship rapidly changed. From start to finish, it was completely transformed and no longer looked like a small fortress. Instead, it turned into a gigantic mechanical bug. This gigantic mechanical battle bug had the terrifying sharp and long mouthpart of a mosquito, as well as the sharp arms of a mantis, as well as the long legs of a spider covered in barbs, as well as the scissors-like tail of a scorpion. There was even a pair of gigantic wings on its back, but they weren't used for flight. Instead, they were used as an energy shield. When the wings flapped, they could protect the mechanical battle bug's entire body. Right now, the gigantic wings had turned into a complete circular energy shield. Other than that, the blade mantis's entire body was covered with all kinds of barbs. There were also 4 long tentacle-like soft limbs with a shocking diameter of 20,000 meters. It could change directions at will. These were 4 energy cannons used for long-range attacks. This mechanical bug's appearance was extremely strange and was especially ferocious. It seemed to have the characteristics of various universe bugs, absorbing their strengths and merging them into one. Its ferocious body made people's hair stand on end. It was unexpectedly similar to a kind of demon insect that once wreaked havoc in the third universe ruled by the human race. Following the appearance of this mechanical devil bug, the surrounding void was already filled with horrifying cries of shock. Look, it's another mechanical battle insect. This time, it's transformed from young Master Linghu's small stronghold. I understand now. The rumors in the outside world are indeed true. Young Master Linghu is in cahoots with the overlord of the first universe, the Tianji clan, and they have a close relationship. Otherwise, how could he have such terrifying black technology? I see. That's what I was thinking. Young Master Linghu is already a genius with the 3 arts of medicine, craftsmanship, and array. How could he have such a terrifying talent for warship construction? So it all comes from the Tianji clan, the overlord of the first universe. That makes sense. The test of the human race has arrived. The Tianji clan, the overlord of the first universe, has mastered such terrifying black technology. This is definitely a great turmoil that has never happened before in history. The Tianji clan is going to show its power, and the human race is going to be in turmoil. Leave it behind. We have to leave behind these 2 stronghold-level mechanical battle insects. The human race is too far behind in terms of black technology. With these 2 mechanical battle insects, we can reduce the distance between us and the Tianji clan. Otherwise, we will lose without a doubt. These people were prejudiced by first impressions, and they actually took it for granted that young Master Linghu was the scapegoat. Only the 3 girls, Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru, were clear-headed. They had personally witnessed the growth of the starfield and knew that none of this had anything to do with the Bulsh *T Tianji clan. As for the fact that the starfield had transformed into a giant mechanical battle insect, although they were shocked at first, they quickly understood. Although they didn't know how the Tianji clan's small stronghold did it, the starfield was a small stronghold with life. It was originally alive, formed from the countless micromolecules of a world insect. In this situation, as long as the countless micromolecules of the world insect were rearranged, changing its appearance was too simple. It was no wonder that the starfield didn't do anything before. It should be because its AI core had seen the ability of the Tianji clan's small stronghold and was imitating it. Who would have thought that in the time it took to eat a meal, it would actually succeed? This discovery was even more terrifying because it meant that the Yi Xian starfield would have limitless possibilities in the future. Its ability to imitate and deduce was too strong. This ability to transform a battleship into a mechanical battle insect was definitely a top secret even for the #1 overlord of the universe, the Tianji clan. But now, the starfield had yet to come into contact with the devil battle insect. It had only seen the entire transformation process from a distance of tens of thousands of li. It had actually easily copied the Tianji clan's technology and manifested it on its own body. If this continued, what kind of technology would the Tianji clan have that could stop the starfield? From this perspective, the starfield was simply an unparalleled treasure to the human race. This was because the Tianji clan had always surpassed the human race in terms of mechanical manufacturing and research. This was something that everyone knew, but they were powerless to change. After all, the members of the Tianji clan were all mechanical life forms. This was something that they were originally proficient in. It was precisely because of this that the various technologies of the Tianji clan had always been at the forefront of the human race. For example, the spatial folding technology had already been widely used in the Tianji clan's battleships and fortresses. But on the human race's side, it was basically only used in the military's large fortresses and above. The military's large fortresses with a diameter of less than 10,000 meters had yet to be used, let alone the Federation's civilian battleships. But with the starfield, as long as the Tianji clan displayed an advanced technology in the future, it could immediately be copied and reproduced on the starfield. It would more or less be able to decipher some of the key secrets of the technology. Unfortunately, such a precious and strategic small fortress had now been branded as a spy of the Tianji clan. At this moment, Yi Xian was probably already fuming. This made the three purplish warbler ladies feel very helpless and speechless. At the same time, in the void on the other side of the encirclement, the mechanical Dao Mantis was still engaged in a fierce battle with the large number of interstellar battleships, fortresses, and small fortresses surrounding it. In the time it took to eat a meal, the mechanical Dao Mantis had also suffered some injuries. 2 of its 8 giant mantis blades had been blasted away. However, in this period of time, it had already destroyed dozens of battleships, fortresses, and small fortresses. Chapter 3385. Chapter 3385, Chapter 3385 The Legend of the Living Battleship, Impossible. This is impossible. The other side's mechanical battle bug form not only has mechanical blade arms and energy cannons, it even has defensive wings. This degree of fusion and transformation already surpasses the technology one have obtained. Could it be that there is a Heaven's Legacy race clansman even stronger than me in that small fort? Preposterous, this is preposterous. Following Mo Qigong's exclamation, Sha Baofeng, one of the core members of the Tianji clan, exclaimed in shock. The wild star ship had suddenly transformed into a gigantic combat devil bug. He had witnessed this scene with his own eyes, and he was already shocked. This secret method of mechanical fusion was still a secret even in the core circle of the Heavenly Legacy clan. Only the confidants of the clan leader, DE, were given this method. Moreover, even the number 1 confidant of DE hadn't been given the complete fusion Upanishad. As for Sha Baofeng, although he was one of DE's trusted subordinates, his ranking was out of the top 100. Therefore, the fused ultimacy given to him was even simpler. But now, he saw with his own eyes that after a small fortress had undergone a mechanical transformation, it showed a higher level of fusion ultimacy than he did. Although it was not as good as the top 10 subordinates of DE, its mastery of fusion ultimacy could at least be ranked in the top 50. But as far as Sha Baofeng knew, the top 50 most trusted clansmen under DE of the Tianji clan would never leave the first universe. They basically stayed in the headquarters of the Tianji clan and rarely went out. They wouldn't even leave the first universe, let alone appear in the third universe controlled by the human race. In other words, it was impossible for there to be a core member of the Tianji clan overseeing the small stronghold of young Master Linghu. However, the stronghold displayed a similar mechanical fusion ability, and it was even more profound than Sha Baofeng's. All of this was a mystery that he couldn't figure out no matter how hard he tried. Could it be? Sha Baofeng's voice was heard again. This time, his voice was trembling. Unless the opponent imitated it on the spot. Just now, the opponent captured the entire process when I performed the machinery fusion ultimacy. Then, the opponent reproduced the scene through the deduction of the AI. Impossible. Mo Qigong was shocked. He immediately denied it. On the surface, the transformation of the mechanical battle bug doesn't seem to require too much technology, but in fact, it's the opposite. Without a core member of the Tianji clan who mastered the machinery fusion ultimacy as the AI, a battleship is a dead object. How can it change its internal structure and appearance? Under such circumstances, even if the other party can roughly deduce where the technical difficulties are, it won't be able to break through and solve the problem. Normal battleships can't do that, but according to legend, there is an exception. As soon as Mo Qigong finished speaking, Sha Baofeng took over and continued with a trembling voice. Legend has it that the creator of clan leader De Xingbo, who was also the technological pioneer of the human race, left behind a living battleship. This is a mystery. No one knows what the living battleship looks like or where it is, but according to legend, the entire battleship is alive and can grow on its own. This technology even surpasses the self-regeneration ability of the most advanced battleships of the Tianji clan by too much. If the opponent's battleship is that living battleship, it's alive, so there won't be any problems. As long as the key technical points are deduced, the opponent can reproduce the machinery fusion ultimacy immediately. After all, the core technical parameter of the mechanical fusion ability is to use a core member of the Heaven's legacy race to fuse with a battleship, temporarily giving it life. But a living battleship can omit this step, as it was originally alive and possessed life. Thus, once the transformation begins, it will be even more thorough and easier to control. This can also explain why the degree of the other party's transformation is actually greater than mine. At this point, Sha Baofeng fell silent. He knew that compared to having a core member of the top 50 of the Tianji clan come to the third universe, the possibility of the opponent's small fortress being a living battleship left behind by the legendary Xingbo was even slimmer and more unrealistic. He just suddenly thought of this possibility and said it out loud. In fact, he didn't believe it himself, but the speaker didn't mean it, so Mo Qigong's expression changed greatly as soon as Sha Baofeng finished speaking. A light flashed through his mind as he recalled the small fortress Xingbo that Zhang Wuji took away from the Demon Guard one-star fortress. That small fortress was indeed very old. Roughly calculating, it was indeed in existence before the technological pioneer of the human race, Xingbo, and before the Tianji clan betrayed the human race. Later, Xingbo fell and the human race was driven to the third universe. That small fortress experienced many years of war in the hands of the Tianji clan before it was finally decommissioned and thrown to the demon race like garbage. When Mo Qigong first arrived in this star field and saw this small fortress, he had a feeling that he had seen this small fortress somewhere before. It was vaguely similar to the Xingbo that Zhang Wuji took away. But that was obviously impossible. How could a small fortress with a diameter of 5,000 meters suddenly transform into a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters in less than a year? Therefore, Mo Qigong only thought about it for a moment before throwing this idea away. Now that he heard the legend of the living battleship, his breathing became rapid and he was somewhat certain. It seems that brat really is Long Xian, and now he's called young Master Linghu. TSK, as expected of one of the two peerless geniuses of the human race. Shaking his head and smiling bitterly, Mo Qigong muttered to himself in a voice that only he could hear, whether it's Zhang Wuji, Prince Xian, or young Master Linghu, all three of them stirred up a storm as soon as they appeared. Now that I've compared them with each other, it's indeed that kid's style of doing things. This shocking secret was actually discovered by this old man. Also, that brat really wasn't honest back then. I thought he was going to take away a piece of trash, but who would have thought that it was the one and only supreme treasure of the three planes, the living battleship. Our demon race suffered a great loss this time. That brat must give us an explanation. Otherwise, this old man will definitely not agree. Sha Baofeng's voice sounded again as he muttered, in any case, a small fortress similar to our Tianji clan's mechanical fusion technology has appeared in the human camp. This matter is of great importance and must be investigated thoroughly. Chapter 3386. Blade Mantis vs. Demon Bug, Success. As the mechanical demon insect was successfully transformed, its appearance seemed to be even more sinister and complicated. At the very least, it looked more powerful than the mechanical blade puppet that the Heavenly Legacy clan had transformed into. Yi Xian was overjoyed. He raised his head and laughed loudly from within the fortress. To him, this success wasn't as simple as the starfield gaining the ability to transform into a Tianji race battleship. It was as if he had opened a new window in front of Yi Xian, the starfield, and even the devouring system. A new window opened up, allowing them to broaden their horizons. This was how the creation of science and technology was. A new idea represented a new domain. And today's success had given Yi Xian and the devouring system this kind of awareness. In the future, whenever they encountered something that they could learn from, they wouldn't even need to think about it. They would immediately come up with similar ideas and begin to deduce, recreating everything on the starfield. The future of this living battleship was definitely limitless. With this harvest, it had taken another solid step towards Xingbo's dream of a perfect battleship. Perhaps, in the future, this living battleship would grow into a perfect battleship that surpassed Xingbo's expectations. This wasn't completely impossible. At the very least, Xingbo hadn't thought of this type of mechanical transformation ability. Although he was a technological pioneer of the human race, he had already fallen tens of thousands of years ago. The vision of science and technology at that time was different from now. It was very normal that Xingbo hadn't thought of this domain back then. If it was said that the starfield only had the ability to escape when facing this huge fleet of more than 1,000 battleships, Yi Xian had never thought of being able to wipe out the entire army and suppress this huge fleet by himself. Then now that the starfield had fully grasped this new ability, Yi Xian was extremely confident in this point. The mechanical demon bug transformed from the starfield not only had the bloodline attribute abilities of the starfield battle bug, for example, terrifying jumping ability, sharp blade walls, terrifying pincers, etc. There were even 4 universal cannon barrels, each with a diameter of 20,000 meters, shooting out antimatter death ray cannons. There was also a pair of energy wings that could be used as an energy shield and could also be transformed into a massive blade of light energy. The Tianji race's mechanical blade mantis did not possess any of these abilities. Even the mechanical blade mantis was able to keep hundreds of battleships in check, and it was still in a stalemate even after fighting for a while. Needless to say, the mechanical demon bug that the starfield had transformed into was even more so. It was definitely enough to sweep away 1,000 soldiers. It was time to let these people have a taste of their own power. Before this, they had always wanted to suppress young Master Linghu. But now, everything had been reversed. Young Master Linghu was alone, and now, he was going to suppress all of them. Screech, you bunch of shameless bastards. You're just grabbing the chance to slander this young master. A long, mournful, and angry roar rang out from the mechanical devil bug's long mouthpiece. Immediately after, young Master Linghu's slightly angry voice rang out. Today, this young master began a simulation on the battlefield, allowing the treasure ship to obtain a new ability to transform into a mechanical devil bug. Just nice, I'll use you as a sacrifice. Each and every one of you is too shameless, I'll definitely beat you all to death. Xiao. As soon as he finished speaking, the huge mechanical devil bug's thick legs shook, and it suddenly jumped up. It directly crossed a distance of 10,000 miles, rushed out of the encirclement of hundreds of battleships, and landed in the group of battleships that were continuously firing at it. The merciless slaughter of iron and blood had begun. Rumble. Boom, 4 consecutive loud explosions rang out. While the mechanical demon insect was still halfway there, the 4 soft tube-like barrels on its body had already turned and aimed at one of the small fortresses of the 3 battleships. Moreover, it instantly bombarded. 4 black antimatter death ray energy beams with a diameter of 20,000 meters whistled out. Just as the mechanical devil bug's body landed, 4 demonic black flame flowers exploded around it. The 4 battleships of different levels were completely annihilated. This was only the beginning. Chi-la. Chi-la, boom. Rumble, 2 loud sounds like tearing silk rang out, followed by 2 equally loud explosions. Another 2 10,000-meter large fortresses turned into 2 huge fireballs. As the mechanical demon bug's body was about to fall, the 2 enormous energy beams on its back directly turned into energy blades, cutting the bodies of the 2 10,000-meter tall fortresses into 2 halves. Moreover, it also cut into the kinetic energy cabin, causing a huge explosion. This was very useful for the energy light beam. It was originally a form of energy and could be retracted and released at will. If it was retracted, it would disappear in an instant. Once it was released, it could stretch out for 50,000 meters. It was like 2 stretched out energy blades. As it was formed by the black antimatter energy, it was simply indestructible. Just as it came into contact with the body of the large fortress, it was like boiling oil splashed on ice, directly melting into it, easily cutting it in half. Even cutting tofu was not as easy as this. This was only its offensive ability. In fact, its main strength was its defensive ability. It was just that right now, the mechanical devil bug was like a tiger in a flock of sheep, so it did not need to display this ability at all. If it was really used, this pair of energy beams that were as sharp as blades could instantly turn into arcs and wrap around the mechanical devil bug's entire body, turning into an energy shield for protection. Such an ability made even Sha Baofeng and Mo Qigong envious. Now that they had seen the offensive ability of this pair of energy wings, they could not remain calm. Moreover, other than this pair of energy wings, the mechanical devil bug that Starfield had transformed into had even more external structures that the mechanical devil bug did not have. Ling Huchong, you really did steal my Tianji clan's mechanical fusion ability. This is too much. Enraged, Sha Baofeng, who had completely fused with the devil battle horn and turned it into a giant mechanical blade, suddenly said, I don't care how you did it, but you must give my Tianji clan an explanation. Well, let's do it this way. You will return to the first universe with me, and my clan leader will deal with you personally. Boom! Following Sha Baofeng's words, the giant mechanical devil bug leaped from the void in the distance, instantly crossing thousands of kilometers and landing in the void 100 kilometers away from the mechanical devil bug. It actually directly crushed 3,000 meters long stellar-level warships into a giant metal pancake. Who do you think you are? Even your Tianji clan leader, DE, may not be qualified to speak to this young master like this. Do I need to talk to you?